Hello, I'm Bob Ross, and it gives me unbelievable pleasure to welcome you to the 6th painting series. Isn't that fantastic? If this is your first time with us, we'll use only about a dozen colors, some great big brushes, big old putty knife, and we'll do some fantastic paintings. If you've been with us before, I hope you have your easel set up and you're all ready to go. I'm going to have them graphically run all the colors across the screen that you need to do the painting we're going to do today. And today we're going to be working on a black canvas. Now, the way we make these black canvases, we cover them with a flat black acrylic paint and allow them to dry completely. And then we go back and we put very firm paint on top of that. Now this canvas I've covered with alizarin crimson right here in the center, phthalo blue around the crimson, and then Prussian blue fills up the rest of the canvas. And then blended all this together. Now all these colors that we're using are very transparent, so the canvas still looks black. Okay, let's have some fun. I'm going to do something a little bit different today. We have the firm paint on the canvas. I'm going to take this old 2.5-inch brush and go right into a little bit of magic white, which is a liquid thin paint. And we're going to go right up in here, and I'm just going to start making little crisscross strokes. Oh, look what's happening. See, it begins picking up all the color that's underneath, and automatically, all of these beautiful, beautiful things will happen. There. As we're picking up the crimson, as we move up, it'll begin moving right up into the blue. And where the blue and the crimson come together, it'll make sort of a lavender color. And as we move on up, it'll hit the Prussian blue and get darker and darker and darker. I'm just going to sort of work this back and forth and blend these colors all together. It's a fantastic, fantastic little way to make a beautiful, beautiful, effective sky. And it's very, very simple. Now, the lighter you want this sky to be, the more of the magic white you put on the canvas. And you can make it as light as you want it or leave it as dark as you want it. This piece of canvas is your world, so you have to make these big decisions and decide what's in your world and where you want it, and how you're going to put it on. There we go. Just like so. And now very lightly, I'll just brush across it to take out the brush strokes. And that easy, that easy. We have a fantastic little sky that's very, very effective, easy to do. Okay, I'll wash my brush now, and we wash our brush with odorless paint thinner. And I really recommend you use odorless thinner, or your spouse is going to run you right out in the yard. You'll be working by yourself. Shake off the excess. And then just raise Cain. This is the way you take out all your hostilities and frustrations. It's better than kicking the puppy dog around and all that. So, okay, let's go right up in here and start having some fun. I'm going to mix up a color. We'll use Van Dyke brown, permanent red, and a little bit of Prussian blue. So it'll be a very, very dark brown. Very dark brown. Okay, let's add a little more blue into that. There, very, very dark brown. It should look black when you mix this up. There we go. Okay, let me clean my knife. And I'm just cleaning my knife on some paper towels. And I'm going to use a large brush, and I'm going to tap right into this color. Just sort of bang the brush right into it, just like that. We're really not too concerned about how we load it. Just get quite a bit of paint on the brush. Maybe there's a little something happening right here. Little bit of land area. Just comes right down. Just let it happen. Now it's beginning to pick up the magic white, and all these beautiful, beautiful little things will happen automatically. Let the paint work, let the canvas work. You really don't have to worry about it. There we go. Now maybe back in here, there's some little trees that are far back in the distance, so I'll just continue to use this old big brush, and we'll use just the corner, and we'll just sort of tap. Now these are far away, so we're not looking for a lot of detail right now. This is just some little indications. I don't want to kill all this beautiful light area where the land and the horizon come together. Just let some of these little things just play around. And little trees and bushes, they grow however it makes them happy. Just like so. There we go. And remember, this piece of canvas is your creation, and you can do anything on here that you want to do. Anything. Anything. And the only prerequisite is it should make you happy. If it makes you happy, then it's good. Use a fan brush now. I'm going right into that same very dark brownish color. And maybe right back in here, just give you a little bit of practice. Maybe there's a happy little evergreen that lives here. Now see, we just take the corner of the brush and just let it sort of play back and forth. Look at there. It's that simple to make a very, very pretty little evergreen. And we don't want him to get lonely, so we'll give him a little friend. Everybody needs a friend. Everyone needs a friend. And if there's two big trees, invariably, sooner or later, there's going to be a little tree. So we'll give a little tree over here. There. Now then, I'm going to take another brush, 2.5 inch type. I'm going to go right into a little bit of the cad yellow, a little Indian yellow, and some sap green. And I'm just mixing this right on the brush. Okay, let's go right up here. And let's put a little bit of highlight right here. And just sort of follow the lay of the land. There. Now, if you have trouble making your paint stick, add the least little amount of paint thinner or magic white. That'll thin the paint down. So just barely tip the bristles into the paint thinner. In our golden rule, a thin paint will stick to a thick paint. So we start with the thickest paint we can find. And on top of that, then we can add layer after layer after layer of thin paint without becoming a mud mixer. And I'm sure if you've painted before, you know what I'm talking about. We have all, at one time or another, mixed a little mud. I'm going to use just a little bit of the phthalo blue and white. Just mix it right here on the palette. Take a little bit. And let's just put some little trunk indications here and there. Just wherever you think they should be. Now, maybe you're saying, don't want blue trunks. If you don't want blue trunks in your world, change it. I just think it's pretty here. And, when you buy that first tube of paint, you get an artist's license, and it gives you unlimited power. It says you can do anything on this canvas that you want to do. Use it. Use it. It'll do fantastic things for you, make you happy. Let's put a little highlight on these trees. Just barely touching, just the corner of the brush. So often we avoid this brush because it's big, and it'll do unbelievable things. Unbelievable things. You can spend a fortune on sable brushes, and all you need is a big old house brush. Shoot. A little practice, you can do anything with this brush nearly that you can do with them fancy, expensive brushes. Now then, I'm going to put a little highlight in my evergreen, so I'll use some yellow, sap green, yellow and sap green. Just go back and forth with that brush. But you can see there's a lot of color happening inside the brush. If you mix color on the brush, then you have a lot of things happening. If you mix it on the palette, then you're going to have one dead color. Let's go up here. Now, let's drop in just a little bit of highlight right on these evergreens. Just back and forth. It's almost unbelievable to me. This is our 6th series. It's almost unbelievable. You keep bringing me back through your cards and letters and your calls to your local stations, and I want to thank you. This is probably the greatest thing that's ever happened in my life, is to be able to come here and to show you this and have you paint along with me. We get hundreds and hundreds of letters, and it works for people. And it makes everything worthwhile. Everything worthwhile. Okay, maybe we'll have some water down here. I'm a water fanatic. I love water. So we'll just go right into a little bit of titanium white. Let's go right up here. Now we have color on the canvas. So when we put this white here, at first it's going to look very bright. It's just almost going to blind you. But as you begin working it and pulling it down, it's going to mix with all the beautiful color that we have on the canvas already. and fantastic things happen. Fantastic things. I love these black canvases. You can't believe what's possible on them. Maybe one day we'll have shows that are longer and I can show you some things that are, oh, they're unreal. I try to avoid having shows where we would continue into the following week because sometimes they're not broadcast the same way we make them. And you might miss it. But maybe one day we can have hour-long shows and we can show you some unbelievable things. Now, just go across and it gives the illusion of water. That easy. Did you ever think water would be that easy to make? Now, these lines need to be straight. If they're not straight, your water's going to run right out of your painting. Right out of the painting. And it'll get your floor wet. Okay, now we can bring some little peninsulas down here. Anywhere you want them to go. Anywhere. These, there, see, you can just make as many of these little peninsulas as you want. Okay, come right across. Instant reflections. Now let's put some little water lines here. I'll use a little bit of the magic white, a small amount of phthalo blue in it, very small amount. And just sort of mix it up. Now, watch how I load this knife. Pull this paint out as flat as you can get it, really flat, and then cut across it. Okay, let's do that one more time so you can see it. Flat, cut across, okay? Now with that, you have a small little line of paint, and you can go right up here and put in all these beautiful little water lines, wherever you want them. Just let them happen, here and there. There. Just all kinds of pretty little things happen. And you can put as many of these in your world as you want. This is a super way to make some beautiful little swamp scenes if you're looking for swamp scenes. You might want to leave the evergreens out, but you can take what we're showing you here and you can adapt it to any part of the country. The most important thing is that you learn the technique. Once you've learned the technique, oh, turn you loose on the world. You become a tiger. All right, now then, let's play. Let's have a little bit of fun today. I want to use this old big brush as we got started. I'll go right into that dark brown color we made. Maybe. Right here. Let's have a huge big tree that lives right there. And all I'm doing is just touching the canvas and tapping. We're looking for some basic shapes. You want some basic limbs hanging over here. But that's about all we're worried about at this time. Quite a bit of paint on the brush. And just tap. Load your brush frequently. Don't be afraid to load your brush. There we go. There. You know, as I was saying earlier, we get a lot of cards and letters from people who are watching and painting along with us. Oh, and it does wonderful things to know that you're enjoying this and learning to paint beautiful, beautiful paintings with me. And if you like these shows, give your PBS station a call. Let them know. That's the only way they know what you want. And when they're out looking for help and they need someone to help them, give them a hand, because they bring you some of the most fantastic television, beautiful things. And sometimes they too need a little hand, and they need a friend. Volunteer your time. It pays you and your whole community fantastic dividends. There. Tell you what, that was so much fun. Let's have some over on this side. There he is. Just think about these things in your mind and drop them on canvas. It's that same old brown color. And it really doesn't matter. All we're looking for here is a dark color that stands out against that light. Could be just about any old color. And wherever you think is a big, beautiful limb hanging, drop it in. add a little Prussian blue into that. That'll darken it up and make it even stronger. Okay. Beautiful big trees. Easy to do and a lot of fun. Maybe there's a nice happy bush that lives right there. Comes round down. Look at that. Look at that. And that easy, you have all of your trees and bushes laid out, and that gives you an idea of where to go. All right, I'm going to take a number 2 script liner brush, put some paint thinner on it. And I'm going to go right into titanium white with paint thinner on it, just like so. Make it very thin and bring it to a nice sharp point. Turn that brush. Okay, let's go up to the canvas here. Now, maybe there's a old tree trunk that lives right there. Turn the brush. Turn it and let it play. That makes all the little bumps and stuff on it. Just let it, there. See, it keeps your tree trunk from being monotonous and straight. And tree trunks grow however makes them happy. And we sort of paint in stages here. We paint the back of the tree, and now I'm painting the middle of the tree. Tree trunk lives in the middle of the tree. And then we'll come back and we'll paint this side of the tree. And this side of the tree is the highlights, or the leaves, the bright colors. So just sort of paint it in stages. You got to think like a tree. There we go. You know, I spend a lot of time in the woods by myself, just walking around in a hunt with a camera. I'm sort of a old softy. I couldn't shoot Bambi except with a camera. And I take pictures and I save them, and then we put those together. And you can pick out trees, or you can pick out a cloud that you like, anything, and then put it together and make your own scene. And we'll try to give you the knowledge here to do it. You go out and find your own subject matter and let us know how you do. Drop us a line once in a while. It's fantastic to know that it's working, that you're enjoying it. Let us know what you want to see painted. On some of our other series, we've brought in some guest artists and let you see what other people could do. And we'll do that again if you would like. But we need to know what you want. So don't be bashful. Drop me a line. Let me know. There. Okay. I see it's picking up that color underneath. And it sort of has a little bluish tint to it, which is very, very pretty. And you have to make decisions where all these limbs are. And you can put as many of them in your world as you want, or as few. It's up to you. It's up to you. Just let them go. There. Now we're going to lose a lot of these when we put highlights on. So you don't have to worry. If one doesn't come out just perfect, just remember that you're going to put highlights over all this, and so you can get away with a lot. Tell you what, let's put highlights in today, and we'll use the old 1-inch brush. I've put a small amount of paint thinner into that brush, so this paint is a little bit thinner, and we'll use some cad yellow and some sap green, and all I'm going to do today is just tap that brush right into the color. Maybe here's a little Indian yellow. We'll just drop that in there, get over here and get some yellow ochre. Let these colors mix on the brush. Look at all the paint that's in that brush. Good. Okay, let's go up here. Now, think where your light's going to strike. And just, all you're doing is just touching the canvas. Now, this can turn into so much fun so quick that you cover up all your dark. So be careful. You don't want to kill all your dark areas. They're very, very important. Very important. Just think about basic tree shapes. Just let it go. There. And if you ever overdo, maybe you put more in here that you want, all you have to do is take your knife and scrape that off, and you can go back and put your dark right back in there and do it again. There's no such thing as making a mistake. We have happy accidents. And you learn to use anything that can happen, and that's when it really becomes fun, because you don't have to spend all your time thinking about what you're doing. You just let it happen. Okay. If it gets to where it doesn't want to stick, add a little more paint thinner. See how easy it sticks now? I put a little paint thinner on there, and now it just drops right on there. Now, normally under a large tree, you have a shadow area. Try to leave a dark area in here. It helps push everything back. I'm going to add a small amount of permanent red right in there and just tap it in. That'll change the color a little bit. And maybe right here there's a beautiful little bush. It's got a little orangey hue. Sort of orange. There we go. And you can make the bushes in your world any color that you want them. A little more of the paint thinner. And you can also thin your paint with magic white. But magic white will change your color a little. Sometimes you want a color that's a little brighter, and then you use magic white. If you don't want to change the value of the color, then use paint thinner. There we go. Just drop all these happy little things right in there. And do them in layers. Just do them in layers. Okay. I'm going back to my 2.5-inch brush, pick up a little titanium white. We need some beautiful reflections right into this, just to set it out. See, it's picking up that Prussian blue and phthalo blue under there. And all these things happen automatically. And very lightly come across. Okay, let's put some dirt in there. I'll use some Van Dyke brown and burnt umber just mixed together on the brush. And maybe we'll just scrub in some happy little dirt areas here. There we go. Just drop them in. You need the dark, so light will show. Then I'll tell you what, let's use some yellow ochre, titanium white. We'll put a small amount of permanent red in there. And then we'll go right up here. And I'll just drop some happy little highlights in there. A little more color on the brush. Just let these fall right off your brush. And it makes it look like some highlight on some beautiful dirt areas there. This is back into our phthalo blue and white. Put us a little water line under there. There we go. See there? A few little stick indications, and all I'm doing is using the knife and just scrape and let the dark color show through. Makes it look like some little sticks and twigs and stuff. Okay, let's go over the other side of the canvas here. Now that you've seen how to do it, let's just drop in some happy little leaves right up in here. Barely touching the canvas. Follow some basic patterns. Don't just throw these in totally at random. Think about it. Think about it. Let them overlap. Little things happen. Any way you can make this brush work. Now this is the cad yellow, sap green, Indian yellow, yellow ochre. They're just all mixed together on the brush. Here and there, a little permanent red. That sparks it up. That's all kinds of things happen. You wouldn't believe the fantastic, beautiful paintings you can do. Just using a few simple brushes. Can you tell you what? Maybe, there it is. There's a little bush that lives right there. There's one. There's one right there. And you just put as many bushes in your world as you want. Ooh, there's a beautiful one. Now, sometimes people drop me lines. They say, I didn't care for that red bush you put in there. Just because I put a red bush in doesn't mean you have to. You look at your painting and you think about your world and you make it the way you want it. I just want to show you how to put that bush in. There. And you can have as many or as few as you want. Leave these dark areas. Don't kill these dark areas. If you do, it's all going to come together and be very, very flat. And then you won't be happy. And it's important to me that you're happy. There we go. I want everybody to be happy. That's what it's all about. Okay. I'm going to tell you what, I'm going back to my little liner brush and I'll just put some magic white on it. Maybe. I'm going to add a little paint thinner. I want this to be very thin, almost like water. Maybe there's a happy little thing that make a decision and there he goes. Wherever you want him to be. Put a nice little stick right there. And you can put as many limbs on as you want. Maybe there's another one. Okay. It just sort of breaks it up and adds a little more interest here and there. Okay, I think we have a painting. It's finished and ready for a signature. I'll use a thin oil. Linseed oil works fine, copal, whatever. Get a little permanent red, and we'll sign this one, call it finished. I sincerely hope you've enjoyed it, and I want to thank you once again for joining us in this, our 6th series, and we look forward to seeing you next week. Until then, happy painting. God bless. Hi, welcome back. I'm glad to see you again. And today I think we'll do a vertical painting, fantastic little painting. Maybe we'll put a couple little buildings in it. And I'm going to ask them to graphically run all the colors across the screen that I'll be using today, and they'll come to you in the same order that I have them on my palette. And while they're doing that, let's get started. I've already covered the canvas with a thin, even coat of magic white, and it's wet and slick and ready to go. So I'm going to go right in here with a 2.5-inch brush. We'll take a little bit of Prussian blue, and I'm going to pull that out and really beat it into the bristles to get a nice even distribution of paint. And let's go right up to the canvas, and let's just let this bounce around and play a little bit in here. Just let it go. Have fun. All kinds of little things happening, little actions. But today I'm not going to cover up the entire sky. I'm going to leave some open spots here and there. Just let that brush bounce and play, and all kinds of little things happening. Something like so. Okay, and now while I've got a little of that blue on the brush, I'm going to go right down in here and sort of do the same basic thing. Just let the brush bounce and play and have fun. And that's what you should be doing, is enjoying, having fun. This old painting should make you happy. There. Just drop in some little things, but we leave some of these little white areas in here right now. Okay, now I'm going to clean the brush. We'll just scrub it off. Shaking dry. Give them a good wrap. It's a good way to take out your frustrations. It's better than fighting with your spouse or kicking the puppy dog around. Let's go right up in here, and let's just gently, let's just blend this out. We don't want to kill all the light areas. And if this works just right, it'll look like clouds, and you didn't have to do anything, except leave some areas open. It's a super nice little easy way to give the indication of little fluffy, distant clouds without working yourself to death. And just let your brush bounce around and play. See. A super little sky. Easy to do. Only takes a minute. Okay, we'll do the same thing down here. And just very gently blend it out. Okay, let's have some little hills back here in the background. So we'll start. I'm going to take a little bit of the Prussian blue, very small amount, a little Van Dyke brown, and we'll just mix things on the brush here. Brown, blue, maybe even a little alizarin crimson, a little sap green, all mixed on the brush. So we got brown, blue, crimson, sap green. There. Okay, let's go up to the canvas. Maybe there's a little rolling hill back here in the background. So we touch and just pull down. Just touch and pull down. See there? That's all there is to it. Very easy to do. Make your little hill wherever you want him to go. Pull straight down. straight down. I'm just using the very corner of the brush. There. Maybe goes right on off the canvas over there, wherever you want him to go. Now, I'm going to add a little bit of blue to my brush. And maybe there's one even farther back behind that one. Really, you probably should have done that one first. But I just want to show you how to make one that looks even farther away. More blue color. Because there's water molecules in the air and things look bluer as they're farther away from you. Okay, now then, we'll take a clean, dry 2.5-inch brush and just tap. Just going to tap the bottom of these. Make them very soft and misty, far, far away. And then lift upward. Just lift upward. And you could put as many of these in as you want. As they get closer, you'd be looking for a little more detail, and you'd show a little more of the greenish color. As things get closer to you, you begin making out more color. So we'd go more into the green, and maybe we'll just put a little one right here so you can have an idea. A little more into the green color. And however many you want. This is only limited by your imagination and how far you want to take it. There. And it's a super nice way of making little hills in the background. Tap the bottom. You need the mist in between. That mist is all that you have to separate these. So you need this little misty area. And lift upward, just like so. And once again, we have a nice soft little area in between them. Okay, maybe we have a few little trees back here, and they're getting closer, getting bigger. So we'll take some Van Dyke brown. I'm going to use some burnt umber, alizarin crimson, sap green. Just mix them together on the brush. Pull that brush through the paint. See how it bends? Good. Now look at the shape of the brush. That's what you're looking for, a lot of paint. Let me turn around so you can see the end. Ooh, look at all that paint. All right, let's go up to the canvas. And right in here, maybe, there he is. There's a little tree. Maybe he's a big tree, but he's far, far away. And he lives right there. That's his home. A little more paint on the brush. Maybe there's another one that lives right here. I don't want to kill all this misty area. It really, once again, that's all you have to separate all these individual things. Try not to kill them. Maybe there's just a little tree that lives here. Wherever. And there's one. Maybe there's a big one right here. And however you want him shaped, that's the way he should be. Okay, just drop in some very, very basic little shapes. At this point, we're really not worried about it. Okay, now we're going to need some reflections if we're going to have a little pond here. And I think I will, so let's pull some of this down. At this point, still doesn't matter. We don't know where it's going or why, or don't really care. Okay, some of the more defined shapes we'll work a little harder at, like so. Okay, good. Pull that down, then I'll take a clean brush and very lightly go across it. Just enough to give the illusion of water. Now we can start picking out some individual things in here. Maybe, let me get a 1-inch brush here. Tell you what, let's put a little magic white on it. Let's go into a little bit of yellow, and my old standby here, sap green. The magic white was in the brush just to thin the paint. Okay, now maybe right up here, we'll put some leaves on this little tree. And let some little shapes happen in there. There, that's all we need. add a little more green. That a little darker. We'll go right over here. And right here. Oh, there we are. And we'll put some leaves on this little tree. Don't kill all your dark areas. Sometimes when you start putting these leaves on, they're such fun that you get carried away and consume all your dark. And then your painting's going to get very flat. Your little tree will just lay there. Look like somebody cut it out of newspaper and just stuck it on your canvas. And we want trees that have depth and have a little personality. Okay? Now, water normally lies in a recessed area. So begin working with the lay of the land so it comes down. I'm adding a little yellow ochre, a little Indian yellow here and there. Just mix these on the brush. Let all kinds of little things happen. Now we can reflect some of this right into the water. Just look at what you have up here and reverse your brush and do it in the water. Just very basic. Just reverse it, drop it in. Then with our large brush, we take it very lightly, barely touching, barely touching, barely touching. Pull it down. I do that just to remove excess paint off the brush, and very lightly come across. Sometimes you can just beat the brush real hard and you don't have to go to all the trouble of cleaning it. Okay, tell you what. Let's build a little building or two back here. And maybe I'm going to start with a little bit of Van Dyke brown. A little bit of Van Dyke brown. Cut a little bit out with a knife. And let's decide where our first building will be. Maybe we'll have several little buildings right here and go with the roof. We'll put the roof up. Zoop. That easy. Give it another side to the roof. Zoop. And all we'll do is fill in the color first. All I'm doing is just putting in some brown. Then we'll come back and highlight. Need the dark in order to show light. And maybe there's a taller building right here. We just sort of lay in some basic shapes right now for where we're going to have the buildings. We're really not worried about what they're going to look like. We're just laying in our brown color. And then we can play with it. Okay. Now, let's put some things up here on the roof. I'll take some brown, some white. There. Mix your color up. Now I'm going to take just pull across and get a small roll of paint on the knife. There you can see it very well. Just a small roll of paint right on the edge. Okay? Now we can come right here and we can begin adding some highlights. Now there's numerous ways you can put this on to make all kinds of effects. You can just sort of let it bounce along like this. Just let it tap, touch, and bounce along, make it look old. Maybe we'll make it look old. I like old buildings. And a little bit of highlight right there, a little light striking, a little bit going off in that direction. Okay, now from the bushes it looks like a light's coming from the left. So let's take and make the left side a little brighter. I'll take some burn umber and put a small amount of permanent red into it. Burn umber with a little permanent red, a little bit of white. Okay, get a little roll of paint. Let's go right up here and very lightly just pull it down just to give the impression. Now to that same color, I'll mix up some Van Dyke brown. It's the same color, only I'm using brown to make it darker. Same color with brown added. It's much darker. Now I'll put that, since the light's coming from here, this side needs to be brighter. So right here, I'll use a different color that's darker. Just like so. And that sort of separates them. Okay, now you got to make some decisions. Are there windows in this building? If there are, I'll just use the small edge of the knife and we'll just put some little indications. Now you can put whatever you want in here. This could be a barn or a house, or just want to show you how you can make all these little buildings. We'll just take the point of the knife and sort of outline these little windows, make them stand out. Okay, let's do the next one. And we'll do the roof. Come right on down through that one. See there? We don't care. Just cut off what you don't want. There. Okay, now we take a lighter color. And once again, highlight the edge so it stands out. A little bit right there. Maybe just a touch down there. Okay. Now we can put a side here. That easy. And then our darker color, we can put a front on it. Shoot, who knows? Maybe there's a big door right there. Big door. We don't know. I don't even know for sure what kind of buildings these are. I think they're just cute. Maybe we can show some planks. Just cut right through the paint. There we go. Trim up the edges like we want them. And maybe, let's get crazy. Maybe whoever built this was having a good day, and maybe he put another little building that comes out this way. And there's a roof on it. We'll use the small edge of the knife and put the other side on. Get a little higher in the front. There we are. Good. Other side of the building. A little bit of highlight. Make that stand out. And I'm using the small edge of the knife. So often we avoid it. And it's just like the big one, only it's small. It does super things. Use it. Okay, now we need to put some dark right here. Like that. And a little bit of the lighter color in the front. There. Now, we just got buildings everywhere. Alrighty. Well, I got this dark color on here. Let's put some land in here. We need a little bit of land right along. There it is. We have to make decisions where it is, where it goes. And this is your world, so you have to make these big decisions. Okay. Some over in here. Now I'm going to take the brush I was using to make all these beautiful little bushes, and let's just bring a few of these. This is just a 1-inch brush, still has cad yellow, a little bit of Indian yellow, yellow ochre, a little permanent red, all mixed together. So you have a multitude of colors happening on the brush. And we can bring all kind of little grassy things all around wherever you want them. Here and there and there and here. And let's take a little brown and white, and we'll make us a little bit of highlight. Just sparkle this up here and there. Don't want it to be totally dead. Okay? You know, one thing I'd like to mention while we're doing this, I get a lot of letters asking about my easel. My easel, I designed it and built it myself, and it's made from a platform ladder. And it's very strong, very, very strong. And if you're going to paint this method, you need a strong easel. Nothing makes a better easel for a more reasonable price than a step ladder or a platform ladder. Any kind of ladder works very, very well. Very well. But sometimes we get carried away here and we beat and bang, and you need a strong easel. I'm going to use a little bit of the magic white. Pull it out very flat, cut across it, and let's go up here and just drop in some little water lines. Just here and there. There we go. just absolutely cutting into the canvas. Just act like you're trying to cut a hole in it. Canvas is tough. Don't worry about it. You know, they make tents out of it. It's strong. Chances are you're not going to cut a hole in it. You'd really have to, you'd have to get violent to cut a hole in it. I don't want to be around if you're doing that. There we go. Okay. We got some buildings and some water. Let's work on that tree right there. It needs to have a little something, a little leaf on it. So we'll use some green and some yellow. And we'll come right in here and give him some happy little leaves. Okay. And maybe, right here, maybe there's another one, an individual that lives right there, right at his little foots. Okay, now we can reflect some of that right into the water like we did on the other side. Just here and there. Now with our large brush, pull gently down. Very, very gently. Come across. Delicate, delicate touch. Now then, I can finish up my water lines and we'll have this side finished. Just here and there, drop in a little happy water line. Okay, we can take a clean point of the knife, scrape in a few little trunks here and there, wherever we want them. Make some. Or you can use your liner brush if you'd like and draw them in using different colors. I'm lazy, I just take the point of the knife and drop a few in. Looks good. Okay, now let's worry about the other side of the painting. Maybe we'll have some land coming right down here in the front. So let's take this old big brush. We'll take some sap green, Van Dyke brown, alizarin, little Prussian blue. And let's go right in here. There it is. Maybe it comes right out through there. I don't want to kill this water. I want it to go look like it's going on off in the background somewhere. Maybe there's a little reflection right here. A little bit of reflection right there. And then we can bring this maybe right on around like that. Wherever you want it to go. Just drop it in. There's a bush right there. See? Okay, so we need to put some color right here. Just a little happy bush lives right there. Maybe, ooh, there's a nice red one. Bright little sparkler. Let's add a little green. Come right along in here. Make all kinds of little grassy areas. There they are. Okay, let's put some land back in the back. A little bit of Van Dyke brown. Put a little bit of dirt right there. Gotta have something for all this little grass and bushes to set on. There, a little bit of highlight on it. Then we can drop all these things right there. And once again, mix these colors on your brush, and that way you get a multitude of things happening when you hit the canvas. It's not just one dead color. And do this in the layers, using brush sideways. Touch, push, bend it upward. In the layers, though. So it creates the illusion of depth. You don't want it to be flat. Okay, maybe. Now we need something to push everything back in this painting. So I think I'm going to take and add maybe a big tree that comes all the way up, and that'll help push everything back and work on making it look deep. Right now it looks quite flat. So let's go right into some brown. We'll use the almighty knife. And you got to make a decision. Where's your tree live? Where does he live? Right here is where he lives. There he goes. This is where we find out if you're brave. And you start putting all this brown right up in the pretty blue sky. There he goes. This old tree, well, he's a big son of a gun. Goes way up in the sky. Give him a foots. All the way up. There we are. Let him get a little wider, make him look a little stronger. Okay, now we can highlight him. Well, maybe, tell you what, let's give him a little friend. Don't want him to get lonely. It gets cold out here at night. He needs a friend. Just let him go. Everybody needs a friend when it's cold. There. And let's drop in just a few little indications of limbs. We'll put some leaves on this one so we don't really have to do a lot of work on limbs. And if you have trouble making the old knife work, you can do this with a liner brush. No problem, no problem. Works very well. Okay, I'm going to use the same reddish color that I used on the little house back here and just touch. Now we set our lights coming from the left. Please excuse my arm being all in front of you there. This is where the left-handed person has the advantage, see? And just go right on up the side there. Right like that. Just to make a few little highlights. And on the other side, I'm going to put the least little touch of a little bit of blue. There, just to break it up. Now let's put some leaves on this tree. Said we'd have some leaves. So let them be very loose. Very, very loose. Let them go. Wherever we want them. Okay, now we'll highlight this. I'll use a little yellow, and very quickly we'll highlight it. And as we're highlighting, I'd like to tell you goodbye, and I hope we'll see you next week. This has been a fantastic painting, and I think it's taught you a lot. So on behalf of all of us here, I'd like to wish each and every one of you happy painting. God bless. Hello, I'm glad to see you today. Today I think we'll do a fantastic little painting that I think it'll make you happy. And before we start, I'm going to have them graphically run all the colors across the screen that you need to complete this painting. And while they're doing that, let's go up here and get started. Now I've already covered the canvas with a thin, even coat of magic white so it's wet and slick and ready to go. And today let's start, we'll use a big old 2.5-inch brush, and I'm going to go right into a little bit of the phthalo blue. Pull a little bit of it out and really work it into the bristles. Just tap that brush right in there. That'll get you a nice even distribution of color. And if you just reach up in there and pull out a big gob of paint and hit the canvas, you're going to have huge big streaks up here that'll drive you crazy. And we'll just make some little crisscross strokes, just like so. Just have fun. Let the brush play around the canvas. And I don't want to cover the entire sky. All I want to do is just here and there leave some spots open. There. And maybe today we'll do a beautiful little mountain. I love to paint mountains. When you live in Alaska, you have a tendency to paint a lot of mountains. And no matter if you live in Florida, Alaska, it seems that mountains are always paintings that people like. And if you're interested in making a happy buck, they're the ones that'll sell. Okay, and that quick, we've got a basic little sky. And without cleaning the brush, I'm gonna go right into a small amount of alizarin crimson. and just work it right into the bristles the same way. Very, very small amount. And I'll go back into these light areas and very lightly just drop in a little color. Just make the sky a little warmer, a little prettier. There we go. Okay, and I think we'll have some water in this painting, so I'll go right back into a little bit of the phthalo blue and a little bit of the crimson. And we'll just mix these on the brush and just a small amount of crimson. Okay, now to make water, I'm going to pull from the outside in. And if it's still water, it's always level, it's always flat. There. Pull from the outside in. And if you leave a little place open right up through here, it'll look like a sheen of light coming across the water when you're finished. And people think you worked and worked and worked to put that in. And all you do is let the canvas show through. You've already got magic white on it. So it's painted, it's ready. Now very lightly, go all the way across. That light area will still remain there. And we can very quickly just blend the sky. And you can blend this to any degree that you want. Any degree that you want. In fact, you can blend it till it just goes away and just becomes one color. Leave some color in there, let some things happen. Okay, let's wash the old brush. And we wash our brushes with odorless paint thinner. And there's a screen in the bottom of my can. There we go. And that screen, whoop, there we are. That screen sets about that high off the bottom of the can. So when you scrub the brush, all the solid material settles to the bottom and it keeps your paint thinner relatively clean. All right, let's build a happy little mountain. And maybe today we'll start, let's go into some Van Dyke brown. Van Dyke brown, a little bit of phthalo blue. And I'm going to throw a small amount of crimson in there. So we've got blue, brown, small amount of crimson. And pull that paint out very flat, cut across it, and get a small roll of paint right out on the edge of the knife. There we go, you can see it very well there. Okay, let's go right up here, and you have to make a decision. Where's your mountain live? Where does your mountain live? Maybe, there it is. There it is, it lives right there. And we just put in a happy little basic shape here for our mountain. Very dark color, very, very dark. Okay. Now, one thing about mountains, and I've said it before, but I'll repeat it because it's worth repeating. If you can see the entire mountain, it's always more distinct at the top than it is at the bottom. So, fill in the top of the mountain, then we'll take a large brush, and I'm just going to very gently pick up some of that and tap and bring it down. And it mixes with the magic white, and automatically, it's lighter at the bottom than it is at the top. Let the canvas work, let the paint and the magic white and the brushes work. That's what makes this fun. There. Okay, now I'll clean this brush. Actually, I just like to beat that brush. Okay, now let's go right into, let's take some, pull out some yellow ochre, a little bit of burnt umber with it. Yellow ochre, a little bit of burnt umber. And let's begin making some, we'll put some little highlights here. Maybe I'll put a little more burnt umber into that, dull it down a little more. There, good. Cut across it so you have that small roll of paint again. Right out on the edge. Okay, let's go up here. Now, very lightly, figure out where your light's coming from. If you're right-handed, it's probably easier to have it coming from the right. If you're left-handed, it'll vary. Okay, then we'll just drop in a little highlight, just where you think light would strike this mountain. Just let it play and bounce and have fun, wherever you want it, wherever. Okay, now I'm going to take a little bit of Van Dyke brown and some white and a little bit of the blue and just mix it together. I'm looking for a shadow color, something about like so, maybe a little bit more blue. This is your mountain, so you make it whatever color you want it. Same thing, cut across a little roll of paint. Let's go right up here. And we can begin looking for shadows, just very lightly. Barely touching the canvas. Just caress the canvas. barely touch it. Then we can come back with the highlight color and just sort of play them back and forth. Let all these little things just happen. Just let them fall off your knife. Let them have fun. There's a little light striking. There it is. Right there. Right there. Right there. And maybe, shoot, who knows? There's a little right there. Wherever you want light to strike, that's where it ought to be. Maybe this comes down and sort of goes together. And mountains are so much fun. Mountains are so much fun. Oh, they'll just let you go crazy with your imagination. Maybe, tell you what, maybe. Take a little titanium white with the least little amount of phthalo blue in it. And maybe, let's go right here. There's a little bit of snow laying up in here. And I put the blue in it just to give it a little shadow color, barely touching. Maybe there's a little lives right here. Just lay it in, wherever you think it should be. Maybe a little right in there. And then you go back and you can clean all this up, bring it all together. And this is the way you lay snow in there. And you don't want too much. You want to keep this mountain strong and dark. Take a little bit of the Van Dyke brown here. Just put some deep shadows in. Van Dyke brown. There. Wherever you want it. Just let it bounce around and play and have fun. And it's a super little way to make a very effective mountain. It's easy to do, a lot of fun. I think you'll enjoy it. Put a few little things here and there just to break it up. Okay, now I'm going to take, maybe there's some little grassy areas that run up the side here, so I'll go right into the same mountain color, add a little bit more crimson to it. So I'll just tap a little bit onto the brush. There we go. Just tap it. Okay, let's go back up here. And maybe, there. I'll put some little grassy areas that are coming right up the side of this mountain. I'll put some dark color in first so we can put a lighter color on top of it. Just there. Just let it pick up all these little colors. Follow the basic angles that are in your mountains. There we go. Over here, maybe it comes right down. There we go. Now, without cleaning the brush, I'm going to go right into a little bit of cad yellow, a little Indian yellow. Just mix these on the brush. And let's begin just lifting up some of these little colors. Just touch it, lift upward. Look like a little happy sunlight playing through there. And you have to decide how far up the mountain this goes. Then I'm going to start adding a small amount of sap green here and there. We're beginning to see some green. There. And you can just play back and forth between the greens and the yellows and make all kinds of happy little sun things happen. See how easy that is? And it's fun. It makes you happy. Makes you happy. And that quickly we have a basic little mountain. There. And you can really put some detail in these. They're a lot of fun to do. Do several ranges of them. Big, strong, almighty mountains living up here. Okay. That'll give us something to play with there. Now I'm going to take my large brush and I want to soften this. So I'm just going to tap the edges, right on the edges. And it's mixing with the magic white, and automatically it gets lighter in value. Automatically. You don't have to worry about it. The canvas and the paint does it. There we go. See how soft you can make that, and gently lift up. You can make it just as soft and tender. All right. Now we're ready. Now we can start playing. We got a happy little mountain back here. We're ready to go. Clean the old brush off again. All right. Okay. Tell you what. Let's mix up. We got some mountain color here. That was Van Dyke brown, phthalo blue, alizarin crimson. I'm going to add to that a little bit of sap green, just a small amount. Just a small amount. We just mix this up some color, and then I'll get the fan brush. Okay. And I'm going to load this fan brush full of paint. Put a lot of paint in the bristles. Just pull it through there, wiggle it sometime. That helps a great deal, and it sharpens your brush. But you can see all the paint that's in that brush. A lot of paint. Okay, let's go up to the canvas here. Maybe there's a beautiful little hill that lives right there. You knew he was there. And all I'm doing here is just touching the canvas and tapping downward. Let all these little things just fall right out of your fan brush. And it makes an indication of distant trees without actually doing a lot of work. And I'm lazy. I look for easy ways to paint. To me, painting should always be fun. If it's not fun, then you have to change something and make it fun. Have to make it fun. Okay, we'll just let these come. There we go. Trees grow to all sizes, all shapes, so very little foothill. Makes it more interesting. Put little bumps on it and trees, all different shapes. But you don't want to kill all this misty area. This misty area right in here between the dark and the mountain. This little misty area is all that separates these. So treasure it. It's very important. Hang on to it. Hang on to it. Keep it. And wherever you want this to go, wherever. Okay, we need to have some trees over here. Maybe this goes right down, just like so. And we can just drop in some color while we've got it on the brush. See, this is what makes it so much fun. You really don't have to worry about it. You don't have to plan it all. Just sort of let it happen. Now with a big brush, I want to create some more mist. So I'm just going to take and tap the bottom. Just tap it. That creates beautiful little misty areas. There we go. And that's simple. You have a nice misty area. And you need these misty areas to separate different planes. There we go. Just lift it up a little. And we don't care if we get some of these down in the water. Shoot, they just come right out. No big deal. Easy. Can fix easy. Now with the same old brush, I'm going to go right into a little bit of the cad yellow. And since it has green and blue on it, that's going to make a nice green color. Maybe I'll add a little more sap green to it. I want quite a dark green here. Okay, I'm going to put a little bit of highlight, just here and there. Just enough to make this a little more interesting, so just touching and pulling down. Don't want to kill all this, just here and there. Add a little Indian yellow here and there, maybe a little touch of yellow ochre. Don't overdo, don't overdo. You want to keep this quite dark, and we don't want a lot of details, too far away. There we go. Maybe there's a little light shining right across there. And wherever you want it. There we go. Okay. Now with our large brush, same old brush, I'm just going to tap that again to create a nice misty effect. There. And lightly lift upward. Then we can just blend this out. See, I told you it'd go away. Told you it'd go away. Okay. Now I'm going to grab another fan brush. I have several fan brushes going so I don't have to clean them. And go right back into this dark color. Add a little more of the green and the brown and the blue. Good dark color, crimson. Should look black on your palette. And maybe. Yep. There's a happy little evergreen that lives right there. And we drop a center on and then very lightly just come right down and melt a happy little tree. That easy. There he goes. There he goes. Just work that brush back and forth. Okay, let's give him a friend. He's got a friend that lives right there. Just back and forth. And remember, trees they don't grow perfect. Trees are like, well, they're like us. They have flaws and they have imperfections. Of course, you don't, but I have several imperfections. just let these trees come right off your brush. And however many you want. This is your area, so however many trees you want, drop them in. Maybe there's a little land mass that comes right out there. Right out like that. Wherever you want it, drop it in. And we need some reflections, so we just do. All we're looking for is just very basic shapes here. Where there's a tall tree here, you want a reflection that's roughly the same. There's even a taller one, so you can just have fun. Have fun. There we go, another little tree. Okay. And probably one of the most fantastic things that happens with this technique is reflections. Watch how easy this is. And we'll touch and just pull down. And it mixes with the magic white, and you can move this paint. This was a dry canvas, you'd be in Agony City right now. But since it's wet, this paint will move. Now very lightly, just go across. And that quick, you have instant reflections, and you can push the paint on here. Maybe, let's go right in here. Maybe you can take and push it a little. See how you can push that? You can wiggle these reflections, make them move. Now, if that was a dry canvas, once again, you couldn't do that. All right, I'm going to take a little bit of yellow ochre and put a small amount of white with it, just yellow ochre and white, and get a very small roll of paint. Let's go up here, and we'll just use yellow ochre today for trunks. You could use brown. I'm in a mood to use a little ochre. There. See, I was born and raised in the South, and I have a tendency to say okra, which is a plant. Very nice food I used to eat. And it's almost a natural tendency to say okra rather than ochre. Now this is a little sap green and cad yellow on the fan brush, and we can very quickly just drop in a few little highlights on these trees. Don't kill all your dark. That dark is so important. So important. There. Okay, a little bit on this tree. And while we get this old brush running, I'll add a little bit of the yellow ochre. And we'll just very quickly just drop in some little grassy areas here and there. This is sap green, cad yellow, yellow ochre. And it's just all mixed on the brush. Just let it go. There we are. Now then, I'm going to take another fan brush and put some Van Dyke brown on it and some burnt umber. Just mix them on the brush. And I'm just going to scrub in some little ground areas here. Just very simple. Drop them in. There we go. Wherever you want them. Okay. Now I'm going to go into some titanium white and yellow ochre. Like that color today. Titanium white, yellow ochre. And let's go right up here and very lightly, just barely touching the canvas. Put a little highlight on your dirt. Don't want too much, just a little. Okay, right there. There we go. Let it go. And a little bit, wherever you think it is, that's where it is. Just let it drop right off your brush. And that's a super easy way to make some very effective land areas. Now take a little bit of the color and just bring it right down onto the land. And that way it brings it all together. Makes it look like it fits. And a little bit of the magic white on the knife. And let's go up in here and put in some happy little water lines. There we go. And I'm just literally cutting into the canvas, just like you're trying to cut a hole in it. This old canvas is tough. You're not going to hurt it. Not going to hurt it. There we go. And a little bit right there. And we have one side finished. That easy. Okay, let's go over here to the other side now. Get some brown and green and blue. A lot of paint on the brush. Maybe there's an almighty tree that lives over here. Okay, maybe he lives Yep, right there. Right there. And just let this brush play back and forth, and there he comes. We knew he was in there. There. See how easy it is? You can just push that tree right out of your brush. And we'll give him a little friend there. Right on out. And maybe another one here. However many trees you want. This is your world, so whatever you want. There we go. And while I got this old dirty brush going, we'll drop something right in here. And we need, just like on the other side, let's put a few reflections right in here. And all we're doing is laying color in right now. We could care less what's happening with it. We'll work on all that later. Right now, just lay some color on. Okay, back to our large brush, and let's make some beautiful little reflections right here. Pull down, straight down, go across. Okay, and back to my yellow ochre and white. Maybe I'll put a tiniest little bit of burn umber into it, just to darken it down a little bit for this side. And we'll drop a few little trunks here and there. Just like so. A little bit of highlight color, the green and the yellow. See there? See that? Just put some leaves on that rascal. Tree needs some leaves so he shines. Let him sparkle in the sun. There. And maybe where'd my fan brush go? There it is. Get some Van Dyke brown, a little burn umber. Maybe there's a nice big stone that lives right here. See how easy? Yeah, just drop in a big stone. Maybe he's got a friend that lives over here. Back to my yellow ochre. Now, if you ever have trouble making paint stick, add a small amount of paint thinner. Thin paint will stick to a thick paint. Put a little highlight up here. I'm going to add at least a little touch of permanent red to that too. Yellow ochre and a little permanent red. And don't overmix your color. Don't overmix it. A little bit right in there. Okay, now we'll go back to our fan brush. It had the green and the yellow on it. And we'll put some happy little bushes and stuff right there it is. Just let it play down all around the little stones and the rocks. Vary your colors a little, make them sparkle. Let that tree come right on down. There we are. But see how easy it is to make a very effective and very pretty little painting. Go back into my magic white. And put some little water lines here, just like so. There we are. Now maybe, there we go. A little water line comes right around the stone. But let it come around the stone. Don't just cut the bottom off straight. Your stone won't be near as interesting. And we want nice, interesting, happy little stones here. Just like so. And I think we've about got a finished painting. So I'm going to take a little bit of thin oil, and this could be linseed oil or copal or whatever, doesn't matter. Let's go right up in here and sign this one, a little permanent red. And when you're signing yours at home, sign it in any color that you want. I just like red. There we are. And I think we have a finished painting. And from all of us here, happy painting. God bless. Welcome back. I'm glad to see you again. I thought today I'd show you, when you learn to paint, it's not how to paint that's difficult, but what to paint. And I'm going to show you a super way today to make up little scenes in your mind, and it teaches you fantastic things. So let's get started. I'm going to have them graphically run all the colors across the screen that we'll use to do this painting, and they'll be in the same order that I have them on my palette, starting with the white and going around. And let's take, and I'm going to start with a little bit of phthalo blue, pull a little bit out. Now, I've already covered the canvas with magic white, so it's nice and wet and slick and ready to go. Now, beat the paint into the bristles to assure a nice even distribution of paint. And let's go right up here and very quickly just drop in a happy little sky using little crisscross strokes. And you allow the paint to mix with the magic white, and it gets softer and more gentle in value as it goes toward the horizon. There we are. And that quick, we've got a happy little sky. And that's about all we need. We're going to have very little sky left in this painting. So all we need is just a little indication that'll shine through the trees here and there. Okay. Let's go right down here to the palette. When we load this big brush, pull it through the color. I'll start with some Van Dyke brown, and we'll go right into this is some burnt umber. Let's go right over here and get some alizarin crimson. Oh, shoot, we'll put some sap green there too. So we've got sap green, alizarin crimson, Van Dyke brown, a little burnt umber, and it's brush mixed. It's all mixed on the brush, different layers in the brush. And let's just go right up in here and say, there. Just start pushing out. Make all these little shapes. Don't worry about them right now. A lot of times when I'm teaching beginning students, I'll take and turn my head and just hit the canvas, and from wherever it hits, from that we make a beautiful painting. And it teaches you how to compose. Okay, back through some of the colors, and now let a little bit of the sky show through in places. Just here and there. Helps create depth in your painting when you're all finished. Okay, so already we've got a background over here. Now we'll do the same thing, using the same colors. And it's basically a brown, because if you mix sap green and alizarin crimson together, it makes a beautiful, beautiful reddish brown. Okay, maybe there's a little tree. There he is. There's right there. Oh, there's a big one. So just let these things flow right out of your imagination. This is your world, so don't worry about it. You can build anything in here that you want. You have your artist license, so just do anything. And we'll just begin laying in all kinds of little dirt areas here and grass, whatever. Whatever, it doesn't matter at this point. All we're doing is putting color on the canvas. Okay. Now, I'm going to go right into a little bit of Prussian blue. Very strong, very dark, same old dirty brush. And I'm going to pull a little bit of that in here. Just here and there. I want a little, maybe we'll have a little stream in this one. So I want a little bit of blue. There we go, just here and there. Anything we don't like, we'll just cover it up. Pull down. And then very lightly go across it. See? Water is that easy to make. So simple when you have a wet background. Okay. Maybe we'll drop in a little bit more of this brown color. And we've done all of this without cleaning the brush. See, I look for paintings where I don't have to clean the brush so much. I'm lazy. I don't like to clean that brush. All right. Now we can begin picking out some little individual things here and there, so we have to make almighty decisions. And we'll start way back here in the background. And let's just take a little fan brush. And I'm going to put a little bit of paint thinner on my brush. Go right into some brown. Now I've thinned the paint just a little bit so it'll flow. And white. So I've got white on one side, brown on the other. Brown and white, brown and white. Now, let's go up in here and just drop in some basic little tree shapes way back here, little trunk shapes. And you're still not overly concerned, because anything that you don't like, you cover it up. It's your world. You change things the way you want them. And we're just looking for indications. Just background. Just background. Okay, maybe there it is. Let some of these old tree trunks move and turn and have fun. There we go. That easy. And let's take a 1-inch brush, and I'll put some paint thinner on it to thin the paint. Let's start with a little bit of yellow and sap green. I want to add a little bit of brown to that just to dull it down so it's not quite so bright. There we go. Load a lot of paint into that brush. Probably the biggest single mistake made is not loading enough paint in the brush. Now let's go up in here and begin picking out all these little individual things that we want. Touch, push. Make all these beautiful little leaves. And if you practice this, you can make little leaves that absolutely look like lace. There. And just go back and forth. We'll add a little yellow ochre now. Brighten that rascal up a little bit. Okay, maybe right there, right there. Begin picking out individuals. Add a little bit of permanent red to the same color. See what happens. You can just add all the colors that you want. Looks like this is going to be a nice fall scene. And you don't have to make those decisions till you start applying color. That's what's fun about this. You learn to compose as you paint. Okay. And sometimes you have trees that are green, but they're beginning to, Jack Frost has touched them if this is fall, and they begin getting little dabs of red and orange. And there. They're not just one solid color. All kinds of beautiful little things happen. There we go. Just drop them in wherever you want them. Here they come. There. Just let them go wherever you want them. Some more green. And let's go up in this big old tree here. Let's give him some nice leaves. And there. Okay, a little more right in there. There we go. And here I'm using the brush sideways and just pushing upward. Just push upward. And you want to highlight, you push hard. See? That's the reason you double and triple load your brush. Put a lot of different colors on your brush. Brush makes your paint rather than mixing it on the palette. Mix it on your brush. And all these things happen automatically. Okay, we got to start making some almighty decisions. Where's our land going to be? So let's take the knife and go right into the brown. This is just Van Dyke brown. And begin deciding where we want to have land. Maybe, there's some right back in there. Like that. Maybe there's some out in here. Wherever. Just here and there. There you go. Okay. Now, I'm going to take a clean brush and pull just a tiny, tiny little bit of that down and go across. I want that quite dark back here in the shadow. See? And anywhere you want water, you just pull it down and go across. Isn't that easy? That easy. You can create water anywhere you want it. Okay, let's put a little bit of highlight. I'll take some Prussian blue, a little white, and brown, and mix it together. Brown, blue, and white. Makes a nice gray color. And we'll add a little bit of that here and there. Just a touch. Allow the paint to break. Now I'm going to use some burnt umber. Also, I like this burnt umber. It's almost like a burnt sienna color, only darker. And we'll pull a little bit of that here and there. Tell you what, let's put a little tiny bit of permanent red in there. That'll sparkle it up. Very strong, so use a very, very small amount. Make it look almost like an old brick color. And just let some of these bounce through and play. There we go. Okay, let's take a little bit of the magic white. We'll put a little bit of brown with that. Cut across and put in some water lines back here. Just here and there. There we go. Okay, I'm going back to the fan brush. I'm going to put a little bit of magic white on my fan brush. Go into some yellow, some green, and let's drop in some grass back here in the background and let it follow the lay of the land. Let it follow the lay of the land. It's very, very important. And it's all right if it touches some of this brown and picks it up. You just carry that right on back. Don't worry about it. Magic white is made to paint a little bit thinner so it sticks on top of this thicker paint. Okay. Now let's play a little bit more. Let's go on the other side. We'll take some Van Dyke brown, and maybe there's a stone lives right here. Maybe a little projection right out over that. Comes down wherever you want it. Say, this is a super, super way to practice paintings and just sort of let them happen. Now we want this to be flat on top, so bring your paint across like this. See? Otherwise it won't be flat on top. And then these strokes come down. I want to keep it dark underneath here. If it gets light underneath, you'll lose it. Keep it dark under there. Dark, dark. Let a little bit of that highlight play here and there. Now this is the umber and the permanent red, and then the gray all mixed together, just so all kind of little things happen. A little bit of water line. Yeah, maybe. There it is. A little bit right there. Isn't that fun? Okay. Now let's bring some grass down on that side. So we'll take the fan brush, and let's just, once again, follow the lay of the land. Maybe it comes right down through here. And let it go. Let it go. There. If your paint gets to where it doesn't want to stick, add a little bit of paint thinner or magic white to it. Either one will thin it. If you don't want to dilute color, use paint thinner. There we are. And just do this in layers, finishing the layer that's farthest away first and working forward. That way it gives it depth. Okay. Let's put a few little stones out here in the water. Use a fan brush. We'll go right into some Van Dyke brown. And maybe There's a little stone that lives right here. And stones live wherever make them happy. So wherever you want the stone to be, that's where it ought to be. There's a stone. This is just Van Dyke brown. And a lot of times in streams are hundreds and hundreds of little stones. Obviously we can't put all those in here, but I'll show you how to make a stone, and then at home you can put as many stones in yours as you want. And we need, even under stone, need to have a little reflection. So you just grab a little of that, pull down, and go across. That easy. And we need a little highlight on our stone. So maybe we'll use, let me get a little of the umber color on the fan brush. And we'll just take and lay in a little bit of a little highlight here and there on some of these stones. And you have all kind of old mossy things that grow on there, so you can put a little of the little greenish color here and there, because you always have these little moss creatures that grow on you on top of your stones and make them slick, so you slide off and fall into water when you're up there trying to play. Okay. Now, I'm going to take a little magic white and a little firm white and mix it together. Magic white and firm white. And I'm going to come right along here, and maybe there's a little bit of movement in this little stream. This is an old, slow stream. And you can do this with a knife just to give the indication of a few little ripples here and there. Or you can do it with your brush. This gives you good practice with a knife. Good practice. Now these little lines need to be basically straight, or your water won't lay down in your stream. You know, we can go anywhere we want. Let all these little things just build up here. Okay, maybe there's some over in here, and they come right around this little stone. See, it just gives the impression of that the water is moving, and you really haven't done a great deal. It's very simple. Now, I mixed a little bit of the magic white with this titanium white, so it'd make the paint a little bit thinner than what's on the canvas. Let's go back maybe up in here and just put a few little indications back in here. We're going to have running water, then it ought to run all the way. Okay. Now, let's take and bring some of this dark color down into the water here. Need a dark reflection right there. And put our little ripples on top of that. A little bit of the Van Dyke. Maybe there's some land areas right in here. A little highlight on them. Now we can drop in a little bit of grass here. And I'm touching that fan brush and pushing and bending upward. Can you see that, all right? Push and bend it, like that. Keep a lot of paint in the brush. Nothing wrong with reloading it. Just let it go. Okay. Now let's see. Over on this side, let's decide where we're going here. Maybe like so. Maybe it comes right, there we go. See, just sort of let these things happen. Don't worry about trying to plan them exactly. Let them happen. That's the beauty of not having to worry about patterns and tracings and stuff. You're not committed. You can do anything that you want, and you can change your mind anytime you want. back into our yellows. I got yellow ochre, Indian yellow, permanent red, cadmium yellow, sap green. They're all mixed together on the brush. A multitude of different colors happening on the brush. Let the brush work. There we go. And just follow the lay of the land. You can do it. There. Okay. Now, maybe right in here, maybe this water just bounces right off there. There we go. All kinds of little things happening. Alrighty. I'll tell you what. Let's make a few big old trees in here. We need some big, strong trees and they're a lot of fun to make. We'll just use the fan brush today. And maybe, there it is, there he is. There he is, right there. Big old tree. And we'll give him an arm, a lot of paint on the brush, a straight Van Dyke brown. Just straight old Van Dyke brown. Maybe there's another tree right here, grows right next to him. And another one. There we are. So you gotta give him arms. Trees gotta have arms so you can reach up and gather up the sunlight. Place for the little squirrel to play. There. I talk about little squirrels all the time because I used to have a pet squirrel that he sat up on my head. He was a wild squirrel, but he'd sit up on top of my head and eat. Every once in a while, I'd give him a big old walnut, and it was too big for him. He couldn't crack it, so he just carried it around and wear his teeth out on it. So I'd finally get feeling sorry for him, and I'd crack his walnut for him. Okay, maybe. I see another one right there. Another big old tree. And it sort of pushes everything back. There we go. And maybe there's a limb, lives right there. And you can put as many trees in your world as you want. Now then, I'm going to take a little bit of the white, a little bit of gray in it, just to dull it down a little. And just use the edge of the knife, and we'll play a little highlight on this. Just touching. That's all you're doing. You just touch the canvas. Just touch it. Let the canvas do the work. It'll pull off what it wants and give you back what's left. If one comes out brighter than you want, if you keep touching it, it'll pick up the color underneath and it'll go away. So don't worry about it. There. Now let's put a few little highlights over here. Maybe there's a little light shining through there and it's, there we go. Just touching. And this is just to give you ideas. You know, create your imagination. Let your imagination go crazy. Let these things happen. Maybe there's a little light playing right there. Maybe up here it changes and comes around this way. Maybe a little bit sliding through the other side. You know, light comes from all different directions sometimes when it bounces through all these shadow areas. If it's too bright, just play with it, tap it down. Okay, and I'm going to take a little bit of brown. I'm using the little edge of the knife. Maybe there's an old Big old hollow spot right there. Big dead spot. Now we have made a place for the squirrel. The little rabbit needs a place to climb up in there and hide when the weather's bad. A little bit of white around the edge to make it stand out. See, make it look like an old recessed area in there. And that's where the little rabbit hides. Okay. Now we need to put some grass around the tree's foots to clean this all up. Just like that. Just a few little things here and there. And with our little liner brush, we can take a little bit of brown, and I got a thin oil here, very thin. Make this like water. And here and there, we'll drop in a little stick or two, maybe there's a little thing that lives right there. Right there. There he is. And you decide where all these little things live in your painting. Your little sticks and twigs. And I think we've about got a finished painting. And it's that easy. So I'll take a little bit more of the thin oil, a little permanent red. We'll sign this one, call it finished. And I really hope you enjoyed it. It's a lot of fun. It's a super, super way to practice, to get yourself familiar with the medium. On behalf of all of us here, we'd like to wish you happy painting. God bless. See you next week. Welcome back. I'm glad to see you today. And today I thought we'd do a fantastic canvas here. And I've already covered this canvas with a flat black acrylic and allowed it to dry. And then on top of that, I went back and I've added phthalo blue and sap green and sort of just mixed it on the brush and just put it all over the canvas and blend it together. So before we get started, I'll have them graphically run all the colors you need across the screen, and they'll come across in the same order that I have them on the palette, starting with the white and going around. And while they're doing that, let's do it. I'll start with the old fan brush today, a little bit of titanium white, and just work a little into the bristles, just back and forth like so. Okay, let's go up to the canvas. Maybe we'll have some huge trees here and some light shining through, so we need some light, and just have fun. Just let this brush play and jiggle and wiggle and wherever. I see it's picking up the phthalo blue and the sap green that's underneath. And all these things happen. And at this point, we're not too worried about what it is or where it is. We're just throwing some color here and there. This is where you take out all your hostilities and your frustrations. Just have fun. Just throw some color in there, here and there. Just let it go. Let it play. Really not looking for any definite shapes or really not looking for anything at this point, just some color. Just some color here and there. There. Okay, now, after you put a few little light spots here and there, let's take our 2.5-inch brush and very lightly, I'm just gonna brush it up and down. It makes all kinds of beautiful little things happen. There we go. And when this painting's all done, that'll look like light shining through the trees and be very, very pretty. Let's clean our brush. We clean it with odorless paint thinner. Scrub out the paint. And just beat the bristles dry. Now I'm going to take and mix up a black color, and I'm going to use phthalo green and alizarin crimson in about equal parts. And this will make a beautiful, beautiful black, very, very transparent black. And lift your paint all the way off the palette and turn it over when you're mixing color like this. I want this to be very well mixed. Okay. That'll give us some nice black color. Now then, let's get us a fan brush and go right into this dark color and begin laying in some basic little tree trunk shapes. And all I'm doing is just touching the canvas and just working down. Just come on down. And just drop them wherever you want them. This is your forest, so you decide where the trees live. And we're still not looking for definite shapes yet or anything. Just having fun. Maybe. Just sort of look at what you have and make some almighty decisions. You have to make decisions. There we go. Now, here I've taken most of the paint out of the brush, so I have very little left. And I want to make some that are far away. So I don't want as much paint, just a little paint. There we go. Okay, let's go. Maybe. There it is. This tree lives right there. Wherever you want a tree to live, that's where it is. That's where it's at. Okay, good. Tell you what, I'll have one there. And this is what's so much fun. We don't use any patterns or anything here. We just sort of look at it and make a decision, drop it in. And some trees are fatter than others, some are skinny, some tall, some are short, just like people. Just like people. Okay, maybe there's a few in here. Not as much paint here. I want these to be farther away. Just barely touching. There we go. I see one right in here, too. See, and already it should be giving you the indication of trees way back in the forest and lights coming through. I like these kind of paintings. I love these black canvases. These black canvases will do fantastic things. And sometimes we do canvases where we use magic black. And you can do just about the same thing with the magic black that we do with a black canvas. And you don't have to paint your canvas black. Just put the magic black on and go. Okay, that ought to give us enough trees to play with. Now then, on some of these trees, far back here in the distance, there are a few little leaves. And here I'm just using a fan brush. And I just want to put some indications far back in the background. Don't want a lot of detail yet, just like so. These are the distant trees, the ones that are far away. Far away. A few little leaves here and there. And I'm just taking the fan brush and just touching. Just touching. There, right here. There's one. Okay, now that's the same color, it's the same black color. Now as these trees get closer to us, you're going to begin seeing a little more detail on them. So I'm going to take some white, titanium white, and we'll use a little permanent red. And I'm going to add a small amount of alizarin crimson to that. Permanent red, alizarin crimson, titanium white. Okay, there. Now, small roll of paint right out on the edge of the knife. Just like so. Okay, let's go up here. Now, you have to make a decision. Is your light coming from the right or the left? And since I'm right-handed, it's usually easier to have it coming from the right. So, just going to start touching here. Small roll of paint. And just begin touching. Let the canvas take what it wants. You don't have to make any decisions. The canvas will pull off what it wants, give you back what's left. There. Just like Uncle Sam at the end of each year, eh? Take what they want and you end up with what's left. Which isn't much. Okay? There. decide which of these trees are the light striking, you do have to make decisions. There we go. And decide where the light's hitting. Maybe in your mind the light's getting blocked in places, so let that happen. Let it happen. There. Maybe there's a little light striking this tree. Whatever. Now, you understand why we put the leaves back here, so we can go right over the top of it, and it'll bring these trees into the foreground. Maybe right here. Get a little more of the color. And drop a little bit right in here. And this is just sort of a pinkish color. It's very pretty. There we go. Okay, now, we need a shadow side on that tree, so I'll take some white and some phthalo blue, and I'll make a very dark blue color here. Just white and blue, like so. All right, that's what I'm looking for. Cut across it and get that small roll of paint right out on the knife, okay? Now, on the other side, then we need a shadow. So we'll just very quickly, just here and there, drop in a little shadow indication. There we are. Just let it drop off your knife. Once again, all you're doing is just touching the canvas. You don't have to make any decisions. You know, and I try to design these paintings so they're very simple and they work for you, and yet very, very effective. Because very quickly, if you watch our shows, you learn how to paint, and that's no longer the problem. The problem is what to paint. That very rapidly becomes a bigger problem than how to paint. So we try to give you numerous ideas. And if there's things that we're not painting that you'd like to see, drop me a line. Drop me a line. Certainly read all the letters, and a lot of the paintings that we do in these shows come from your letters. There. Okay. Now, just to put a little sparkle on there, I'm going to take a little bit, almost straight white, and just barely touch, just to add a little sparkle, just here and there. Not too much, not too much. Very easy, just where you think light would hit. Just a little. Don't want much. And that's simple. You can make some beautiful, beautiful tree trunks. Just a little of this very light color, not too much. Not too much. Now then, I'm going to use my liner brush. This is the number 2 script liner, and I'll put a little paint thinner on it and go right into some of this black color. Turn that brush, bring it to a nice sharp point. And then we can put some limbs on some of these trees, and just here and there. And I like to turn the brush as I'm pulling it. Just turn it, and all these things happen. You don't have to plan them. Just let them happen. Now you want these limbs to be bigger up here when they're closer to the trunk. I know that sounds silly. Sometimes we make little mistakes and we let them get bigger out toward the end. We want them big and strong where they go into the trunk. There. Just some indications. Maybe there's one that's broke off that lives there. And wherever you want them, just drop them in. It's your tree, so you have to make these decisions. There's some. Come right over the top of these. That'll help push everything back. We want those to be far, far away. Far away. Far away. There. There we go. And wherever. And if your paint doesn't want to stick, add a little more of the paint thinner, or you can use a thin oil. Either one will work quite well. All right. Now then, we'll go back and I'll put a little more of the black on this fan brush. And let's drop in some little leaf indications here on some of these. Just touch the canvas. Just touch it. It's a super easy way to make some very effective little evergreen type leaves. Very effective. You let the fan brush work. These are quite dark, and we'll even add some highlight onto these. Whew. Looks like you're deep in the woods there. Hope you brought your compass. You may get lost. You need the old compass to find your way out. Okay, now take another fan brush and I'll put some cadmium yellow and sap green on it. Cad yellow and sap green. And let's go right up here and just here and there, drop us in some nice little indications. There's some highlights on there. Just brighten that up a little. Make it very pretty. There. Don't put too much of these. You can very quickly kill all your dark, and your painting will become very flat. And we don't want flat paintings. We want paintings that stand up and sparkle. There. Isn't that a super, super nice little way to make some very effective little leaves on your trees? Let's go back to the other side over here. Drop in a few little indications right here. Just wherever. Once again, if it doesn't want to stick, add a little paint thinner, and it'll stick right on it. Thin paint will stick to a thick paint. And the first layer of paint we put up here is very thick, very firm. Okay, now we can come down here and really start playing. Maybe there's some little bushes and stuff that live in here, and we'll just throw some of this dark color. This is still the black. Just throw it in. We're still not looking for distinct shapes. That'll just take off some of that loose excess paint. We're in business. Now then, I'm going to we'll just use the same old brush. Put a small amount of paint thinner on it, and I'll go right into a little bit of this green, sap green, little cad yellow. There we go. Okay, let's go up here. And let's just put some little indications of some highlights on some of these little bushes that are living right down here, right on the foots of these big trees. Just some little indications. And all I'm doing here is just touching. Just touching, tapping. It's very simple. There. Just drop those in. And that sort of helps push your trees back. Now we can move things on this canvas. We can push trees back. We can bring them forward. When it's your world, you can do anything. Okay, there. Now, while I got this old brush running here, let's just take it, and maybe there's some soft little grassy areas back in here. And I'm just using the same colors. Sap green, cad yellow, little yellow ochre, little Indian yellow. Just mix these on the brush. And begin working on the lay of the land. There we go. I say, I am just crazy about these black canvases and paintings like this. I think they are fantastic. And you can keep tapping this, and it gets very, very soft. And if you have one that's too bright because there's color underneath, all you have to do is just tap on it, and it'll pick up that color that's underneath and get darker, darker, darker. Maybe last night it rained a little bit in the woods, and there's some little puddles, some little pools of water. I'll go right into some titanium white. This is some of that blue we had left. So we have a little phthalo blue and titanium white. You have to make a decision. There's a puddle that lives right there. See, just pull it down. Wherever you want a little puddle to be, just pull it down. Or if you keep going, you can make a lake out of it. And if you really get carried away, you can make an ocean out of it. Just pull straight down, like so. And very lightly, go across. Let's take our knife, and we'll use some Van Dyke brown and a little burnt umber. And let's just very quickly drop in some little indications of some dirt. And I'm really not looking for specific shapes yet. Just laying in some color. Just sort of let it happen. We're not really planning things at this point. I just want some little puddles, so whatever you want, you just leave here and cover up whatever you don't want. It's that easy. You have unlimited power on this canvas, and you can do anything, anything. Now let's take some brown, a little brown, white, touch of blue. There we go, makes a nice gray color with sort of a bluish tint to it. And I'm just barely going to touch. Just barely touch. Just caress the canvas. Just caress the canvas. You need to be in love with the canvas. There. See, just barely touching. And by not over mixing these colors, all kinds of things happen automatically. You don't have to worry about them. Okay. Now, right underneath here, got just a little of the phthalo blue and white on my knife. And all I'm doing is just touching the canvas. Put some little water lines here and there, just like so. And now we can take, this is just our grass color again, and we can sort of bring all this together. And that easy, you got a happy little puddle. Happy little puddle. Let it happen. Okay, maybe it comes right down, right on across there. And you can just put as many puddles as you want. You can have them wherever you want them. That's what makes it so fantastic. Add a little more of the yellow ochre. And sometimes you can add a small touch of permanent red. And it really helps. Okay, and maybe. Shoot, that puddle was so much fun. Let's give him a friend right there. See, wherever you want a puddle. And you can put as many of these as you want in your painting. Let's take a little bit of the brown here. Shoot, you can add some brown in here and pull it down too. And go across. Now if you wanted a reflection that was brighter, add a small amount of white. I just want to show you how to do that. See, and pull down, and then go across. And don't kill all that. It'll look like there's a little light hitting right there. Sneaky, huh? Okay, then we need some dirt around that, so I'll use some more of the brown. And we'll put some dirt right around. A little bit here, maybe. Wherever you want it, just let it happen. And don't worry about planning these things. We don't make mistakes. We don't make them. We have happy accidents. And these happy accidents create some of the most beautiful paintings. There. Okay, then we can come back, drop a little bit of the highlight color right on that. Just like so. Just like so. There, I touched a little of the pink. It was laying on the palette, left over from the trees, and it makes it look nice and bright. Okay. Tell you what, let's do. Let's have some fun here. Before we get down here, let's pull some of these trees right toward us. I'll go right into the dark color. This tree. I'm going to pull it right down here. So you can just take it and pull it right over the top of that bush. Okay, then we go back. I need some highlight color. A little of the pink. See there? And just drop it on. A little bit of the blue on the other side. Isn't that easy? You pull that rascal right out here. Okay, then we can take, need a little grass around his foot. There we go. Fantastic. Now, put a few little grassy areas right down in here. Come right around this this little puddle. Just let them go. Wherever. This is a painting that really should make you happy. Okay, take a little blue and white on the knife here, put just a few little indications of some water lines here and there. It's a way of cleaning up the edges and making it look a little nicer. Okay, it's a straight line right there, so we'll just put a little grass down. Breaks that right up. Now maybe, yep, you're right. There's some more water. It lives right here. So you can put all the puddles in here you want. You make the decision, drop them in. Come across. Instant water. There we go. A little bit of grass coming right down to the water. Okay, and take a little bit of the brown. We need some dirt here around the edges. Need some dirt. There we go. Isn't that easy? We got a little dirt. A little bit of highlight on that. Ooh, there's a pretty color. Beautiful. See, just let these things happen. Sometimes they even surprise me. I don't even know what's going to happen here. Okay. Now, we can bring all that together. I tell you what, I think we've got a little bit of time here. Let's go right into this dark color. Let's have some fun. There is a big tree, and he lives right there. Almighty tree. Huge, big, strong tree. Because he's closer to you, so he looks bigger, and that helps push everything back, make it look farther away. And maybe he's got to have a big old foot here to hold him up. So we'll just give him a big root there. A little bit over here. See, and that easy, you can give him some big foots. Okay, a little bit of paint thinner on my brush. Let's give him just a little arm or two. There's one. Goes right off like that. There it comes. There's one. Wherever. It's your tree, so however many arms you want. And let's reflect a little bit of that right into the water here. Now we can take a little bit of the highlight color, and we'll drop some highlight on this one. Just like so. And just let it go right on up the tree. This highlight color is a little crimson, a little permanent red, a little white. Just mix together. Let it come right on down. Just like so. Put a little bit in reflection. Okay. And then we can drop a little bit of shadow on here. I think that'll give you an idea and set your imagination afire. It's unbelievable what you can do with this. So try it out, have some fun, see what you can come up with. Now, very lightly, pull this down. Pull it down and go across. And I think with that, we'll call this painting finished. And I hope you've enjoyed it. It's one of my favorites. Till next week, God bless, happy painting. Welcome back. I'm glad to see you today. And today I think we'll do a beautiful little winter scene that has a lot of warm colors in it, so it's not so cold that it's unpleasant. And I'll have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to do this painting, starting with the titanium white and going around. And they'll come across your screen in the same order that I have them on my palette. So while they're doing that, let's get started and do an almighty painting together. I'm going to take off today with the large brush, start with a little bit of phthalo blue, and just work it into the bristles. And to that, let's add a little bit of Van Dyke brown. That'll dull it down a little so it's not quite so bright. And work it in the bristles so you have a nice even distribution of color all the way through the bristles there. Okay, let's go up to the canvas. And we'll start right here at the top, making our little crisscross strokes, little X's. And just let this play around and have fun. There we go. And very quickly we'll drop a happy little sky in. There. Now while I have this blue on the brush, this is blue and Van Dyke brown, let's just lay a little bit right down here. Just very quickly throw it in. And this will end up being shadows in the snow, so we're not really concerned about where it goes or what happens right now. Okay, we'll wash the brush, and we wash our brushes with odorless paint thinner. Take off the excess. And then beat the devil out of it. Okay, I'm going to use a fan brush today, and I'll take a little bit of the titanium white on the fan brush, and we load a lot of paint into the bristles. Really work it in there. Okay, let's go up here and build a happy little cloud in the sky. We'll use just the corner of the fan brush and make little tiny circles. Little tiny circles. There we go. Just let them fall right off that fan brush. And keep your brush moving. Don't stay in one place and keep working. If you do, you're going to end up with a big cotton ball up in the sky. We don't want that. We want beautiful little fluffy free clouds. Okay, maybe right there. Wherever you want them. Wherever you want them. Drop them in. Okay. Maybe there's one that lives there. You have to make these decisions. Where does all these little clouds live? Where do they play? And in your world, you put them where you want them. Okay, you need areas that are thick, areas that are thin, areas that have no paint at all. Okay, let's take the large brush, and we're going to go up here and just very, very gently blend the bottom of the cloud. Don't want to touch the top at all yet. Just the bottoms. There we go. Okay, let's blend this one over here. And probably one of the biggest mistakes made when people do clouds is they overwork them. Don't overwork them. Okay, now we'll fluff them. And grab them, fluff it up. And you're going to pull all kind of little things up in the sky when you do this. Don't worry about them. Don't worry. Because when we blend all this, they'll go away. Okay? Now, very lightly, very lightly, very lightly, I'm just going to go across. This is 3 hairs and some air. Just let it sort of graze it. Isn't that easy? We have a beautiful little sky with some clouds floating around in it and ready to go. All right. Now today, I want to put some little trees that are way back in the distance. So I'm going to we'll take some phthalo blue and alizarin crimson. Phthalo blue and alizarin crimson. Now the blue's many times stronger than the crimson. And to that I'm going to add a small amount of white. And we're making a purplish color, lavender color. There. Okay, now I'm going to take and put some paint thinner in that, make it quite thin. Quite thin. Let's go up to the canvas now. And up here, and we'll just put in some basic little shapes way back here. We're not looking for detail. These are background trees that are going to end up way far away. This is a very quiet little painting, very soft. Okay, a little more paint thinner. Okay. Just here and there. Just let these sort of fall in wherever you want them. This is your world. Drop them in. And maybe here and there you can see just a little bit more detail. We don't want a great deal of detail yet. It's still too far away. Just here and there. This paint's quite thin. Quite thin. Need this thin paint to stick on top of the thicker paint on the back. And that'll give us a basic idea of some little background trees. And with a large brush, I want to create the illusion of mist in here. So I'm going to take the large brush and tap the bottom of this. Just really raise cane. This is where you take out all your hostilities. There. I want to soften the bottom of this till it's just like mist. And here and there, I'm going to let a few of them come right up above the tops so it looks like little soft trees far, far away. There we go. Just really raise cane. And then gently, gently lift upward. It'll create the illusion of mist back here. There we go. And anything that we get down in here, we'll use that for shadows in the snow, so don't worry about it. Okay, maybe we'll put another layer or two here, and I'm going to add to that same color a little bit of Van Dyke brown, a little burnt umber. And we'll just begin working a little bit closer here and there. A little brown, a little umber. And we can put a little bit more depth in this. Each one of these planes creates more depth in your painting. That's what makes it look good. I'm still keeping this paint quite thin. Just tapping the canvas. There. See how easy that is? Just tap it. And it'll make the impression of all kinds of little things happening. Okay. A little bit more of the paint thinner. A little more umber. Maybe there's a few things in here that are a little bit more distinct. Don't want too much yet. We'll lose that feeling of distance if we get too much detail way back here in the background. And once again, with a large brush, I want to create mist at the bottom of this layer. And the more planes or the more layers that you put in a painting, the deeper it looks. So we're just creating depth in the background right now. There we go. And once again, very lightly, this is just barely caressing the canvas. Lift up. Lift up, there. And you can make as many layers of this as you want. And each layer will make it deeper, look farther away, and create more depth in your painting. Okay? So, now let's go and begin building some beautiful little bushes that are protruding up through the snow here. And I'm going to go right into a little bit of the burnt umber, a little white, and I'm just mixing these colors on the brush. Just tap them. Just tap them. Okay, let's go right up in here, and maybe we'll begin putting in just some little things happening way back here. And I'm just using the corner of the brush and just barely touching the canvas. This is a very warm brown. It's almost like a burnt sienna color. Very warm brown. Very soft. And I've added a little bit of white there just to soften it down. Now I'm going to go into a small amount of yellow ochre on the brush and just begin tapping the top. Just very soft, very quiet. Now these are some of the warm colors I was telling you. So it keeps this winter scene from looking so cold. And a lot of times in the winter, snow covers the ground and you still have bushes and stuff that create all these beautiful brown tones. There we go. Very soft and quiet. Okay, maybe. We'll take our liner brush and I'll go right into a little bit of the Van Dyke brown, just like so, and turn that brush. That brings it to a nice sharp point. Okay, let's go up to the canvas. Maybe we can see a few little tree trunks back in here. And all we do is touch the canvas, because this paint's very thin. It'll slide right off your brush. There. Thin paint will stick to a thick paint. And we'll put a few little indications of some trees back in here. Don't want too much detail yet. Just a few little tree indications. There we go. Here and there. Here and there. Maybe there's one that lives over here. Wherever. You have to make these almighty decisions and drop these things in. Let them happen. Just let them flow right out of your mind. Okay. Now I'm going to take another fan brush and begin deciding where I'm going to have some snow in here. I'm using several fan brushes, so I don't have to go back and forth and wash them so often. Load a lot of the titanium white, and I'm going to put the smallest amount of permanent red in there, or alizarin crimson. Alizarin crimson, I'm sorry. A little bit of alizarin crimson, just to give it a little pinkish hue to break it up. And let's go right up to the canvas. Now, angles, strokes are very, very important. Very important. Follow the lay of the land. There, just barely, barely touching the canvas. Follow the lay of the land. It's most important. And you do these paintings in stages, completing the area that's farthest away and working forward. Just work forward. And I had a little tiny bit of blue in there to create some shadows. There we go. See how soft and pretty that is? And it's easy. Very, very easy. Let the canvas work. Now back to my burnt umber. And I can let some of these little bushes and stuff run right down on the snow. That easy. Just let them go. It's your world. Let it happen. I'm going to add a small amount of cadmium yellow and just put it right on the top where the light's striking. Don't want too much. Just a little. I'll just let this one maybe come right on out. And anytime you add one of these little hills here, go back with your fan brush and clean up the edges. See, you can just clean it right up. And if a little of that brown comes into your snow, that's fine. It really helps. It really gives it depth. Okay, now, maybe in here there's a little hill. Comes right from here. Now, you want that a little bit whiter, a little bit more of the white color up here so it stands out from that one back there. Lay some snow right in there. See all these little colors, and the shadows that we laid in there are beginning to show through because you're using very little paint and just stroking the canvas. Okay? But just let all these little things happen. Now maybe there's another little group of bushes that live right here. You have to make these decisions and drop them in. Wherever you want them. Just drop them in. Maybe it comes right down there. And we'll go back into a little bit of the yellow ochre. Yellow ochre. It's a beautiful, beautiful warm color. And once again, all I'm doing is just barely tapping. I want the color to be on the top of each little hill. Barely tapping. Sort of a different way to use the brush than we've used it before. But it's a lot of fun. And any way you can use a piece of equipment to get a desired effect, that's really all that counts. Any way you can use it. Now we can clean up these little edges and create the lay of the land. See, I'm pulling a little bit of that brown down into the snow. Helps carry through the shadows. And you can just make as many layers as you want in here, or you can take them out. Just let your imagination go. Let it go. Okay. Don't want to lose this little white line here. If you lose that, we're going to lose our separation. We don't want to lose that. Maybe here and there some of these run up and like that. Okay. Now, let's play with some trees. Trees are always fun. Always fun. And I'm going to make a very, very dark color for some trees in the background back here. And we'll make that by using phthalo green and alizarin crimson in about equal parts, maybe a little bit more crimson than the phthalo green. And when you mix these two colors together, it makes a beautiful, beautiful black. Very dark. Very, very dark. Strong color, but very transparent because both phthalo green and alizarin crimson are transparent. Okay, now let me clean my knife. And let's take another fan brush, and we'll pull that through there and get a lot of color on the brush. There, just see, you can see. Just really pull it through there, wiggle it, that helps. Loads of paint into the bristles and sharpen it. Okay, let's go to the canvas. Maybe there lives right here, there it is. There's an old tree, he lives right there, right there. I knew he was there. There, you knew he was there too, didn't you? Okay, and he comes right down here, and that's where his foot's at. And maybe this old tree's got a friend. You know, I say it all the time, trees get lonely too. They need friends. We all need a friend. And maybe there's some leaves on this. And we just sort of work back and forth here with the fan brush. And just give the impression of some beautiful little leaves. There, see how easy those are to drop on? Just need indications. Now, we'll give this other one here. There we go. And this is, once again, phthalo green and alizarin crimson. Beautiful, beautiful color. And see, just that easy, it gives us the impression that there's some beautiful little limbs out there. Maybe right here lives another little tree. He's not as big. We'll make him farther back. And we'll put he needs a few little leaves on him too. There we go. Needs a little foot to stand on. Don't want him to fall over and hurt himself. There we go. Okay, now we need to, down here on the bottom, we need to clean that up a little to bring it all together. So I'll just take the large brush and just gently tap. Bring it all together. And then with our fan brush, pull a little bit of snow in there. And that easy, we got it fixed. Now, while I've got this black color on my brush here, maybe there's a big tree that lives right here on the edge, and all we can see is a few of his limbs hanging over. There he comes. And when you're doing this, leave some holes in your tree so some sky shows through. It makes it look deeper. Don't cover the entire canvas. There. Makes it look like there's a tree. The trunk's really off the canvas. We don't see it. All we see is some limbs hanging over here. Okay, I'll take a little bit of yellow ochre and just barely tap here and there. Same brush, didn't clean it, nothing. Just want a little tiny bit of yellow ochre. Just to give it a little character, not much. Tiniest little bit. There, and that's really enough. And I'm going back to the liner brush with paint thinner and a little brown on it. And maybe there lives right here another little tree. There he goes. Wherever. And you can put as many of these in your world as you want. Let them happen. Let them happen. All we're doing here is giving you ideas. What you do with them. Oh, everybody sees nature differently. Let it happen. Okay, let's have some fun. Let's have some fun. I'm gonna go right into some Van Dyke brown. Get a lot of paint on my brush, just Van Dyke brown. Let's go right up here. Maybe there's a tree that's a little bit closer and we can see a little more. Now, a lot of times on the edge of the evergreen trees, there's all kinds of little things that hang out the side, little burry things, whatever you call them. But they're not smooth. They're rough. Evergreens a lot of times are rough. But just tapping with a fan brush, we can create that illusion. And then on the other side of the tree, we'll take a little white and a little brown, and we'll come right down and make the other side of the tree. So you need a little light here. This tree's a little closer, it's going to have a little more detail. Show you how to make those. See there? Isn't that super? Told you it was easy. There, just let it come right on down. And maybe there's a little of that color in the snow. We'll create a little shadow image back here, just a little bit of shadow. Then with a nice clean fan brush, we can very lightly just blend that right in. Let a little, there. It makes it look like a little shadow back here. Maybe there's a tiny bit of snow goes up the side of the tree and comes down. There we go. Just let these little things happen. All right. Now, let's put a few little limbs on that tree. And maybe they just hang out like so. Wherever. Let them go. Here and there. And you can do this with a liner brush. It comes to a much sharper point if you want to. Now, you know that old tree is so much fun. Tell you what, let's go right over in here and we'll make a great big almighty tree, a big strong tree. Give you some practice doing that. And he lives right there. Just make a decision, drop him in, wherever you want him. Let him go. Using Van Dyke Brown. I want this edge to be all rough and fuzzy. There. Just put a lot of dark in there. Just really drop it in. Really socking that canvas. Okay, then I'll take a brush that has my white and brown on it. And we'll come right down here and do a light side for the tree. Tree needs a light side to make it look round. Need a dark and a light side. There we go. And just sort of let that play around wherever you think light would hit. Great big old tree. This big tree's been here for 100 years or so. He has seen a lot happen. Wise old tree. And then maybe we'll bring a little bit of snow, comes right up here, and blend that in. See, just set him right down into the painting. That easy. Just bring some snow right up around his little foots. Big foots. That's big foots. Big foots. There. Isn't that easy? That easy. You set him right down into the painting. Okay, now then, let's take a little bit more of the brown. And maybe there's a big limb that hangs right off the canvas, and maybe it comes down and maybe it just bends. Oh, there it goes, comes right back across the tree. Big limb. This is a large tree, he needs a large limb. And a little arm on the limb, wherever. And it helps give the tree a little personality. There's always dead limbs hanging on the bottom of evergreen trees. Don't avoid them. They're what give the tree character. Don't avoid them. Let them little son of a guns come out and sparkle in the sunshine. Okay, now, as I say, we could take the liner brush if we wanted to and add a little more detail to some of these, and all you do is thin the paint down, and you can bring out all kinds of little limbs. And you can just let these go and go and go wherever you want them. Okay, I'm going to take a small amount of, this is almost straight burnt umber, and we'll put a little weed here and there. And I'm just using the corner of the fan brush, touch, lift up, touch, lift up. Just to put some little leaves, little sticks and twigs and stuff there. Just to break up some of this white snow area. Just here and there. Maybe, I'll tell you what, maybe there's a little stone lives right out here. There, see there? You put the little stone in. And we'll take, let me wash the fan brush here real quick. We'll take a little bit of the titanium white. Now you got to pull it over the stone because there's snow on top of the stone. So you just touch, come right over the stone. Bloop, see there? See, it's easy. And it's fun. Just like so. That's all there is to it. Okay. I think we're about to the point where we have a painting that we can sign. So I'll take a little bit of paint thinner And I'm going to work it. I've got a little permanent red on the palette here. I always sign with permanent red. Turn that brush. Turn it so it comes to a beautiful sharp point. Look at there. Okay? Let's go up here and sign this rascal. And this is the part that's fun, because then you have a completed painting. Makes you feel all good inside. And I hope you've enjoyed this one. It's a very soft painting. I think it'll bring you many hours of relaxation and fun. And from all of us here, we'd like to wish you happy painting. God bless. See you next week. Welcome back. Awful glad you could join me today. Today I thought we'd do a beautiful little scene on a black canvas, and I think you'll really enjoy it. So I'm going to have them graphically run all the colors across the screen that you need to do this fantastic painting, and they'll come across in the same order that I have them on my palette, starting with the white and working around. Let's go up to the canvas now. I've already covered the entire canvas with a thin, even coat of phthalo blue and alizarin crimson mixed together. And much more crimson than blue. I want it to be sort of a purplish color. And I've covered the entire canvas, then brushed it in long horizontal and vertical strokes. The paint is wet and it's ready to go. So let's take off. We'll start with a little bit of titanium white. And let's put a light source in this little painting, and maybe it's right there. Now see, when you touch it with the white, it begins picking up that beautiful purplish color that's underneath. And all these fantastic things, they just sort of happen. Don't have to worry about them, just let them happen. And you blend out. If this is going to be your lightest area, then you blend out in sort of, well, sort of like a half circle. Now you can make this area as light as you want it, but each time I'd recommend you clean your brush and start with a clean, dry brush. There we go. Start with a clean, dry brush and clean white. And go back to this light area and begin blending outward. Each time, though, once again, I'd clean the brush. Otherwise, you're going to drag that dirty color back into the center. Alrighty. Just keep working out. And it gives you a nice, super little sky. Then you can just blend out the brush strokes. Okay. And one more time, I'll clean the brush. This is just odorless paint thinner. Okay. I had a lady in class one time that let her brush go and it went clean across the room. Blip. Okay, let's take some alizarin crimson and phthalo blue, still using purple. And we'll just mix that up. More crimson than blue. Blue is many times more strong than the crimson is. Okay, now I'm just going to get a small roll of paint. Let's go right up here. Maybe there's a happy little cloud that just sort of floats around, and we'll just touch the canvas. Just touch. I'm just allowing this paint to pull right off the knife onto the canvas. Maybe it comes wherever you want it to go. Just happy little cloud. Let it get a little smaller in the background. That way it looks like it's farther away. With a large brush, very lightly, just blend it. Just blend it. And this is 3 hairs and some air. Okay, now then, maybe let's put a little highlight on this. Take some titanium white and a little bit of phthalo blue into it. There we are. Okay, a little bit of paint on the knife. Now, since our light source is here, let's just let a little light strike right on the bottom of some of these clouds. Just let them happen. Let it happen. There we go. That easy. Okay. And just lay these on the canvas. Now with our large brush, very lightly, once again, same angle, most important. Just blend that back and forth. Now you can blend this till it absolutely goes away and leaves you. So stop. It gets to be fun and you have a tendency just to keep going. You don't want to stop. But get it where you want it and leave it alone. Okay, I'll go right back into that same purple color. And tell you what, let's build a happy little mountain, and it lives right there. Just letting go, and I'm really pushing here. I want to push this paint right into the fabric. Right into the fabric. Maybe there's a little bump right there. Really, really push this paint into the fabric. Okay. With a large brush, we'll grab that now and just pull it down. This removes excess paint. And also, it's a good way to sort of lay out your general mountain shape. These brush strokes will show up, especially on a black canvas. And you can literally, just by changing brush strokes, you can lay out your entire mountain and have an idea of how you want to put the highlights and the shadows. And just by doing that, you can change it. It's a super, super way to lay it out and get it just right before you ever put your first touch of paint on the canvas. And let's just use this phthalo blue and white. That'll be our highlight color today. This phthalo blue, titanium white. Okay, pull it out. Get a small roll of paint right out on the edge of the knife. Right on the edge. Okay, let's go up to the canvas here. Now, just barely touch and just follow right down the side of the mountain. No pressure. Allow that paint to break. Allow it to break, just like that. Okay? And think where the light would strike it. Think where it would strike. You want those areas to have the lightest, brightest color. Okay, maybe. See, and at the same time, it's picking up some of that purple undercolor. And all these beautiful things just happen. You don't have to worry about them. You don't have to worry. There we go. Make an almighty mountain here today. Okay, maybe there's a little bit right there. Right there. Maybe it just sort of plays around wherever you want it to go. Wherever. Now for the shadow side, I'll just mix some purple. That was the alizarin crimson and phthalo blue. And a little bit of light color, just to make a light purple. And we'll use that for shadow. Okay, then come right along in here. And we can drop in some happy little shadows. Okay. Maybe it comes right down like that. And we'll just sort of blend these together here. And there's nothing wrong with going back and picking up a little of this blue and just sort of playing it back and forth. Let all these beautiful little things just sort of happen, just fall off your knife. There we go. Okay, mix me up a little more of the highlight. That's the phthalo blue and white. Look at there. Did you ever think you could make a mountain that easy? That was that effective? And you can just keep adding more and more detail. It's almost unbelievable what you can create with just a big old knife. And a little bit of practice. You really need to practice. There we go. Okay, we'll just drop a little shadow over in here. I get carried away and cover up the whole canvas with just mountains, which is an excellent, excellent way to practice. When I was learning, that's what I used to do. I'd cover a whole canvas with nothing but mountains and scrape them off, do it again. And very quickly, you learn how to paint mountains. Okay, now I'm going to take just a clean, dry brush, and I want to create some mist down here. So following these angles, gently tap. But always follow the angles that you have in the mountain. There, just gently, gently tap it. And your brush is picking up some of this color, and all these beautiful things just happen. There, and now we lift upward. That takes out your little tap marks and blends it all together. Creates a beautiful, beautiful misty effect. Just like so. Okay. Now then, maybe we'll mix up some more crimson and phthalo blue. We'll just keep using some of this purplish color here. Okay, there, good dark color. Should look black. Should look black. And if you want to tell exactly what your color is, put a little bit of white on your palette and touch a little of that color to it, because otherwise you really can't tell. It just looks black on here. Okay, now I'm going to load a fan brush up. Let's go up to the canvas. Maybe there's some happy little trees that live right here in front of this almighty mountain. Just touching. Want these to be very dark so they stand out against the lighter color on the mountain. Dark against light, light against dark, continually. And trees grow to all different sizes, all different shapes. So you have to make these decisions. How do trees grow in your world? And then let them go. Let them go. Okay, let's go over here a little bit. Right there. And just let these trees shoot wherever you want them to go. Maybe they just come around across the canvas. But you can see how easy they are just to drop in. And you just decide how many trees you want in your world. Put them in. And don't piddle with them. Don't worry about them. You're the master. You can do anything. Okay. Now then, maybe let's put a little grassy area down here. I'll go right into a little bit of cad yellow, sap green. We just use this old big brush today. You could do it with a fan brush, 1-inch brush, whatever. Maybe right here. We'll just touch. Just barely touch. I want to make the indication of just a little grass playing back here with the sun shining through. There we go. Maybe it comes right on over. And I'm just tapping the canvas. Add a little yellow ochre, a little Indian yellow, just to break it up a little. Okay. And as you're painting, look at your painting. Continually look at it. Step back and look at it. And you can see all kinds of things. A lot of times I'll start out with one painting in mind, and by the time I'm finished, I've totally changed my mind, and it doesn't look anything like what I had in mind when I started. And that's the joy of painting. Okay, fan brush, some Van Dyke brown, little burnt umber. Just mix them on the brush here, and let's put in what will eventually end up being some land under here. And I'm just going to scrub in just a little color. It's probably very hard to see on your screen, but it's there. Maybe it comes right on up through there. It'll show up in a minute. Just sort of scrub it on. Okay, and then I'll go right into a little bit of, let's try some yellow ochre. And we'll drop a few little highlights here and there. I don't want too many. Just a few. Okay, maybe there's, oh, there we go. All kinds of nice little things. Now back to our large brush, and we can tap a little bit of grass right on top of that. And it'll very quickly bring it all together. Maybe show you a little trick. It's just a lot of fun. I'm going to put a small amount of titanium white on my fan brush, and I want to make it look like little tree trunk indications. So grab and just very lightly, just here and there, just lift upward a little bit. Just here and there. Not a lot, not a lot. If you get more than you want, just take a clean fan brush and go back over it. The dark color will come right through, and it'll make it go away. But that easy, you can make an indication of little tree trunks, and you really haven't hardly done a thing. Okay, let's have some fun. Let's have some water in here. I'm going to use titanium white and phthalo blue. I'm going to make a beautiful, beautiful, bright, sparkling blue here. There we go. Pull it out very flat and go right across so you have a small amount of paint right out on the end of the knife. Okay, good. Let's go right up here. Now then, let's begin. Oh, look how that shows up. Look how it shows up, just barely touching the canvas here. I want it to look like a happy little stream that's just bubbling along there, just having fun. So I'm just barely stroking the canvas. And keep the lines here basically straight, because water's level. It's always trying to go somewhere where it can be level. There we go. Let it go. There. And you can put as many of these in as you want, or as few, whatever. Okay, see there? That easy? That easy? You got a little bit of water. Tell you what, maybe this water, maybe there's a stone there. Maybe it just falls right over it. Get a little blue and white on my brush here. There we go. Load a lot of paint into the bristles. Okay, let's go up here. Maybe. Got to make a decision. There it comes, and choo. See there? Just let it fall right over. Maybe just right there. Right there. Maybe. Comes over here and drops this way. This is your world, so you have to make these decisions. You can see that purple's beginning to come through. The more you rub it, the more the purple that's underneath comes through. And beautiful things happen almost automatically. Almost automatically. Okay, I'll add a little more blue in there. Oh, that's pretty. That little blue is such a vibrant blue. Okay, maybe I'll add a little bit more right in here, darken it. And the water comes right over, and when it hits down here, you're going to get all these beautiful little splashes that are happening. And it helps to make sounds. So you feel the power of the water. There. Okay, now we need to have something in there to contain that water. We don't want it just to sneak out. So I'll take a little bit of the brown. It's just Van Dyke brown. And maybe there's a landmass lives right here. Right here. Whatever. Good. And we'll go right into some purple. We'll just use that same old purple color. Maybe on this landmass there lives a happy little evergreen tree. There he is. But just sort of make up little stories in your mind. This little tree lives here, and he watches a stream all day. It makes him happy, so he grows and gets strong. There. But just make up little stories, and they make you happy. And when you make up these little stories, then you can visualize these things in your mind. Tell you what, let me grab another fan brush, and we'll just put some trunks and then some highlights. I'll just use a little bit of this blue and white that we used in the water. Put a few little trunk indications here and there. All I'm doing is touching the canvas here, just touch. We're not sure how many trees are there, however many you want. Sap green and some yellow. I'm going to add a tiniest little bit of paint thinner to that. Let's put some brown in. It's too bright. I want to dull it. Oh, there we go. There we go. Sap green, cad yellow, a little bit of Van Dyke brown to dull it down. And we just put some little indications of some leaves here and there. Don't want too many. There we go. A little bit over there. While I got this going on the brush, I'll just add some yellow ochre and Indian yellow. I'll just put some little grassy things right there. Right there. this is the yellow ochre. We'll make some dirt. I'm going to add a little burnt umber to that. Yellow ochre and burnt umber. Oh, that's pretty. That's pretty. Good. Now we can take, that's just a little blue and white. Clean up those edges. And start bringing all this together. And maybe right there, shoot, we're having so much fun making all these big rocks. And this is still brown, a little purple. Maybe there's a big old stone. It is right there. Right there. And he comes right down. There we go. This little fan brush makes beautiful stones. There we go. Now, we need, let's have some of this little grassy area coming right down on top of this stone. Just flatten the top out a little bit. And a little bit of umber and yellow ochre. A little bit of top on that stone. And just here and there, just give a least little indication, pull a little bit down. And then, with a clean fan brush, we can just pull that right in. It'll help define your stones a little bit. Keep this area very, very dark. Very dark. Okay. Now we need something on the other side over here. Tell you what, let's go right back into this purple and brown, whatever dark color, and we'll put a evergreen that lives right there. Just let him fall off your brush. Okay, there he goes. Just right on down the canvas. Big, big evergreen. Big evergreen. Okay, we just put a couple over here. Because I don't want to lose all this nice mountain area. I like that mountain. He's a big, strong mountain. Okay, maybe right out through there. And just put a nice stone there. This is just brown, a little burnt umber, and we'll make another nice stone that lives out here. Okay. Little tree trunk indications right in this big tree over here. Just some indications, don't need too much detail. And then some highlights. Need some little leaves showing. Yellow, sap green. Okay, a little bit right here, just like so. A little on this tree. And while we got this brush running, we'll come right down there. Got some nice little grassy things that are just traveling right down this hill. And we'll make some little stones. Add a little more of the burnt umber there. And cut maybe right on out here. We'll make those decisions later. Later. Okay, a little bit of grass right down there. Isn't that fantastic? That easy to make all those beautiful little rocks. Okay, let's work on some water. I'm still using the phthalo blue and white. I'm going to add a least little touch of magic white to it, just to thin it down a little. And let's go right in here. And now we can begin playing. With all these little swirls and churning actions. Just sort of let your mind go. Think how the water would hit and splash and play. There. And here and there, there's little stones under there that cause it to go. See, gotta make those little sounds again now. And what started out as a soft little stream, it fell over the big stone here, turned into a little bubbler. Okay. Now then, let's take, there it is, and bring our stones right on down, wherever we want them. Put a little grass here and there on them. Just let them play. Here we're just pushing with a fan brush to make all these happy little grass things. Okay, tell you what, just looks like the right place. Let's have right here in the corner, we'll cover up our nice tree. I want a nice big tree that lives right there. This is Van Dyke Brown. And we need a nice little foots on this tree, big foot on this tree. There we go. He's got to be strong, stand up. Okay. Now then, we'll take a little permanent red, a little white, add a little bit of burnt umber into that. There we go. And let's put the least little touch of highlight here and there. Don't want a great deal, just enough to make it shine. Just here and there. Then come right on down his foots. His little foots need some highlight. Now on the other side, I'm going to use just a little phthalo blue and white, quite dark. Give us indication of reflected light, sort of makes it stand out. Okay. Let's put a little bit of grass down here around his foots. Sure, we just about have a finished painting here. I want to put just an indication of an old limb hanging out here. And I think we'll call this one finished. And I really hope you've enjoyed it. It's a lot of fun. It's a beautiful painting. Till next time, happy painting. Welcome back. I'm awful glad to see you today. Today, let's do something that's bright and shiny that'll put you in a good mood and do nice things in your heart here. So I'm going to have them graphically run all the colors across the screen that we'll use to do the painting today. And they'll come across your screen in the same order that I have them on my palette, starting with a white and coming around. And while they're doing that, let's get started. I've already covered the canvas with a thin, even coat of magic white, and we're ready to go. Today, I'm going to start with a little tiny bit of Indian yellow. And we'll just put a little bit on our 2.5-inch brush. Okay, now let's go right up here in the sky. And we'll start making little X's, little tiny X's. You don't need much color. And it blends with the magic white and gets lighter in value as you blend outward. And let's take some of it right down. It's a beautiful, beautiful color. And it's very transparent. Indian yellow is a transparent yellow. Okay. Now then, without washing the brush, I'm going to take and go right into a small amount of alizarin crimson without washing the brush. And we'll go right above that. And let's put in a little bit of crimson, nice little pinkish color. A little more paint. And blend it very well. Want it to blend together so you can't tell where one color stops and the next one starts. Now I'm going to go into a little bit of crimson and a little bit of Prussian blue. Very small amount of Prussian blue. It's 100 times stronger than your crimson. And just brush mix it. Prussian blue, alizarin crimson, but very, very small amount of blue. Okay? Now, right here, we'll put a little lavender color. And this just all blends together. And then I'll go right into Prussian blue. And we'll fill up the remainder of the sky with Prussian blue. Now, I haven't washed the brush all the way through this. All the way through. But you don't want to get the blue and the yellow mixed together. If you do, you'll have a bright green sky, and chances are you won't be happy with that. There we go. Now, while I've got the old dirty brush, I'm going to go back into a little crimson and blue, and maybe come right down here and lay in a little lavender color. I'll have a little bit of water here. I am an absolute fanatic for water. I love it. If it was up to me, every painting that I did nearly would have water in it. But sometimes you have to do something that doesn't have water. There we go. Don't want to lose all of our yellow, so we'll just do that for right now. And I'll clean the brush. And we clean our brushes with odorless paint thinner. There's a screen in the bottom of this bucket that I scrub the brush against. And we shake out the excess paint thinner. And then the fun. Bloop, bloop. You just beat the devil out of that brush. Take out all your hostilities. Now with a clean, dry brush, I'm going to blend the sky together. And you can spend some time blending this. You want it to really, really blend together beautifully. You don't want to be able to tell where one color stops and the next one starts. Just blend it together. And you can do this several times if necessary. Step back, take a look-see. It really pays to step away from the painting sometime and look at it. Get a whole different view. Okay, now then, I'll just bring this all the way across. Now that we have a clean brush, we'll just bring it right across. Ain't that easy? We have sky and water already finished. Okay. Now then, let's build us a little mountain up here. I like mountains. My home's in Alaska, and we have a lot of mountains in Alaska, some of the most beautiful mountains in the world. So I'm going to take Prussian blue and alizarin crimson. Now you need much more crimson than blue. Once again, the blue is 100 times stronger. And I want to dull that, so I'm going to reach up here and put a small amount of Van Dyke brown into it. So crimson, Prussian blue, and Van Dyke brown. But I want it to have sort of a purplish cast, so I'm using more crimson than I normally would. Now if you want to test that, see what color it really is, take a little white, and then take a little of your color and put into it. That's really the only way you can tell, otherwise it just looks black in here, okay? That gives us a pretty good color. Let's take a little bit on the fan brush. We'll use the fan brush today, make us a mountain. Load that brush full of paint. Pull it through there, wiggle it, both sides, and then sharpen it. Look at the amount of paint in the bristles. That's what we're looking for, okay? Let's go up here. Maybe the little mountain lives right here. You have to make this decision. Maybe, right about there. And we're using just the corner of the brush, wherever you want it to go. Give it some little wiggles and jiggles and just make all kind of beautiful little things. Maybe there's a bump, wherever you want it. Use just the corner of the brush, that's all you need. And you're not applying a great deal of paint, just a little. Maybe it comes down and there's a bump there, wherever. Wherever. There we go. Now, we'll take our large brush and pull that. That removes excess paint and blends it out. And if you can see the entire mountain, it should be more distinct at the top than it is at the bottom. So this happens automatically because it's mixing with the color underneath and the magic white. Automatically, it gets lighter in value as it goes toward the horizon. See there? You don't have to worry about it. The brush and the canvas, they do it for you. And you've got a basic mountain shape already. Now then, let's take another fan brush. I have several here so I don't have to spend a lot of time cleaning them. Okay, we'll load it full of titanium white. And to that, I'm going to reach right down here and grab a little bit of permanent red. Small amount, small amount. Don't want to set it on fire. Load a lot of paint into the bristles. A lot of paint. Okay, let's go right up here. Now you have to make some decisions in this mountain. Which one of these peaks is the farthest away? You want to do the one that's farthest away first and work forward. So maybe let's start over here. I'm just going to touch and wiggle it. Just wiggle it. Just let all these little things happen. Very gently. Very gently. Here comes one. There it is. There it is. And it moves around. It goes right down there like that. Wherever you want it to go. There. Okay. Oh, here we are. There it is. There. I see it. Just visualize these things in your mind and put them on the canvas. That's all there is. Just let it go. Okay. Now normally we put highlights on the mountain with a knife. Today I wanted to show you that you can use your little fan brush and just make all kinds of beautiful effects. Just let them go. There. Wherever you want this to go. Make it as wide or as small as you want it. Maybe there's a little light showing right there. Maybe even a little back here. Wherever. Okay, now I'm going to take a little Prussian blue and mix right into my white to make a shadow color. We need a shadow color. There we go. Now, let's go back up here. Once again, figure out which one of these is farthest away and do it first. Do the one in the back first. See, now we've done that one. Now let's take a little paint, come right down through here, and we come directly through that. It pushes that one right into the background. That easy. Did you know you had that much power? You can move mountains. You can do anything. There we go. Now, each little highlight here needs its own private shadow. So you just sort of look at what you laid in here and begin working with it. Here, nice area. Don't want to kill all your darks. Maybe there's a little shadow right there. And a little shadow lives right behind that highlight. Barely touching the canvas. Super easy little way to make very effective distant mountains. Okay, maybe there's a little right in there. Wherever you want it. Wherever you want it. Drop it in. And maybe we want to pull this out and on down. You can take these mountains anywhere you want to go. If you're not careful, you'll get to where you like this and you'll cover up your entire canvas with just mountains, which is wonderful. It teaches you how to make mountains. That's the way I used to practice. I would cover an entire canvas with mountains and scrape it off and do it again, over and over and over. And that's the way you learn. It's by repetition, doing things over and over. Okay? Now let's take a clean, dry brush, and I want to create a little mist here, so we'll tap this. Just gently tap. Follow the angles in your mountain. And then lift upward. Very light. 3 hairs and some air. Barely touching. Very soft. Following those angles. Most important. Over here, we tap in this direction and lift up. Very softly. It's easy to destroy, but we just want to diffuse. Okay. Now then, we can start playing a little bit here. We'll take, this is our lavender color that we made, purplish color. Same thing the mountain's made out of. I'm going to add a little bit more of the blue into it. Get a little more blue hue. Blue hue. It's hard to say. Okay, let's go back up here. And maybe there's some few little tree lines running down the side of this mountain. Touch, using just a corner of the brush, lift upward. These are far, far away. We don't want detail yet. Far, far away. But you have to follow the angles that are in the mountain. If you don't, it's not going to look right, and you're going to be unhappy with me. And I want you to be happy. That's what painting's all about. It does nice things to your heart. There we go. Just make it look like the tree line running up the side back here. Far, far away. It's another way of creating distance in your painting. Then I'm going to take a clean, dry 1-inch brush and very lightly, whisper light, begin lifting up and allowing that to mix with the undercolor. So it softens it. We want it to be very soft and very distant, quiet. There we go. See? Isn't that a super way to make little distant tree lines? And you don't have to do hardly a thing. Just lay a little color on, lift it up, and you're in business. Painting is not only fun, it can be easy. All you need to do is learn a few little basic rules and go crazy. Okay, now we can get in here. Let's get some more good dark color. Let's just keep using the fan brush. We've used it so much today. Maybe, there it is. Make a decision, drop it in. Have to think a minute, drop it in. Just sort of look at your painting and visualize all these beautiful little things. Let them happen. Let them happen. You know, probably one of the hardest things is not how to paint, but what to paint. And that's what drives most of us crazy. Is sitting around trying to figure out what to paint. I carry a camera with me everywhere I go nearly. And with that camera, if I see something that excites me, I take a picture of it and save it, because you can capture a second in time and save it till you want to use it. And from that, you can make beautiful paintings. And we'll give you the technique here. You take what you see, because everybody sees nature differently, and you paint beautiful paintings, and they'll make you happy. Okay, I'm just pulling a little bit of this lavender color down. Now, if you want to make this look like it goes back here, let this reflection be shorter than over here. And it'll give the impression that it's round like that and goes way back. Sneaky, huh? Okay, now very lightly come across. Super light. Super, super light. Just enough to give it a little watery appearance and then leave it alone. It's very, very easy to overwork it. Overwork it. We don't want to do that. Okay, now then let's put some highlights back in here. And I'm going to take a little bit of permanent red here, and we'll mix it with a little bit of yellow. This is cad yellow. Nice bright color. We'll little Indian yellow, throw it in there. We'll make us a beautiful, beautiful, bright color here. This is almost an orangey color. If you wanted to dull it, you could put a little bit of brown into it. That'll dull it right down. Okay, let's go right up here. I'm going to use just the fan brush still. I just want to tip. Just tip it here and there. Put in some nice little highlights. Not too many. There we go. Okay, a little more paint on my brush. And we'll go over here. Don't overdo these. I don't want to kill all your darks. Just want some impressions. Just like so. And begin making all kinds of little different things here. This is where you can change the number of projections that you have out into the water And all you have to do is grab them, pull some down, make you a little reflection, go across. Alrighty. Alrighty. I'm going to take a little bit of the magic white and I'm going to put a little of that lavender color into the magic white. Very flat, very flat. Pull it as flat as you can get it, and then cut across it. Okay? That'll give you a small roll of paint, a little line of paint right on the blade. And we're going to push right into the canvas, just like we're trying to cut a hole through it. And lay in some nice little water lines back there. Keep these lines basically straight. You can go anywhere you want to go, but they need to be straight. Keep your water in the painting. There. A little bit over here. And already you can see how it's starting to build depth into the painting. It makes it look far, far away. So many of the fast painting techniques are very flat. We spend a lot of time and energy trying to make these paintings have tremendous depth. Okay. Going back to my purple. That's crimson and Prussian blue. Let's put a happy little tree right there. Touch. Use a corner of the brush. And give him some little arms. That easy. That easy. Give him a friend. Just drop them in. Just a corner of the brush. Use the same corner of the brush all the way through. Maybe there's some bigger trees live right there. Touch. Now look how that color stands out against that yellow back here. It's exciting, that contrast. It really stands out. Okay, maybe we'll give him a little friend here. There's another one. We'll just make a little forest. No, they call it a stand, not a forest. It's called a stand of pine. Get the correct terminology here. There we go. And maybe I like to have a little tree that's leaning over. Maybe a big old deer stepped on him when he was little and put a little herd on him. There. Okay, now we'll just drop in some more foliage right there. See how you can just keep building and building and building and creating more and more depth in your painting? Now, while I've got that on my brush, we can put in some general reflections. Okay, then we take our large brush and grab those reflections and pull downward very gently, very, very gently, and come across. That easy. Okay, let's put some trees on the other side. Boy, these trees are so much fun. Maybe there's one right there. Touch, corner of the brush. Now, the 1-inch brush will work very well for this, or the 2.5-inch brush. A lot of times I use the 1-inch or the 2.5-inch brush. Today, this painting has got so much fan brush work in it, I just decided we'd do them with a fan brush. You can do entire paintings just with a fan brush. And they are beautiful. Okay, maybe right there, wherever you want them. And then, ever so often, pile your paint back up. You need a pile of paint to work from, so you can load the brush deep. There we go. And if you find your paint's not sticking well, add a little paint thinner. That'll thin it down, makes it stick better. And we'll just very quickly drop in a happy little thing right here. Maybe there's another, there it is, wherever you want it. Wherever you want it, that's where it is. A little tree. Like so. Let's use the old big brush. Let's get right in here some Prussian blue and some crimson. Okay, let's go. We'll just drop in some color right here. And I want a reflection under here, so I'll just pull a reflection. That's all there is to it. Come across. And we'll bring this Okay, time to put some highlights on some of this. So on these evergreens up here, I'm just going to put the least little touch here and there. This is that same orangey color. Don't want too much. I want this to be almost a silhouette. And here, a few little highlights, a few little grassy things growing up and down there. Like it. Okay, now I'm going to take a little bit of Prussian blue and white and a little tiny bit of crimson in it. Mostly blue and white with a little crimson. Let's go right up here and we'll put a little bit of land in here. There we go. And while we got that on the knife, let's drop a little bit right in there. Just like so. Wherever you want it. Like so. Maybe there's some. just make decisions and drop it in. Got to make the decisions. Okay, we'll take some yellow and some permanent red. And let's do these trees over here. Tiniest little bit. Don't want a great deal of highlight. Try to keep them silhouetted. There. And let's just drop a few little highlights here and there. Let them come down into this land area. Just let them come right on down. And the 1-inch brush would work very well for putting all these little highlights on. Since I got the fan brush going, we'll just use it. And it's a super, super little painting. Should give you a lot of ideas and set your imagination on fire. And you can do this in any color combination. Okay, let me get the knife here. And let's take a little bit of this is the magic white with the purple in it. And we'll drop in some little water lines. Just like so. Barely, barely touching. Some over here. Magic white with a little bit of the purple color. And while I've got that on the knife, maybe we'll make a few indications of just little tree trunks here and there where you can just, looks like little trunks. Don't want a great deal of detail, just little indications here and there. We don't know how many trees are in there. And we don't really care. Okay, I think we just about have a completed painting there. And it's something that I think you'll enjoy. Try it at home. Take a little thin oil and I'll sign this one. Signature is not going to show up very well against all this red, but it's here. I hope you've enjoyed this painting. Certainly a pleasure being here with you today. And from all of us here, we'd like to wish each and every one of you happy painting, God bless, and I'll see you next week. Welcome back. I'm glad to see you today. Glad you could join me. And today I thought we'd do something a little bit different. I think you'll enjoy it. But before we start, I'm going to have them run all the colors that you need across your screen, and they'll come across in the same order that I have them on the palette, starting with the titanium white and working around. And today I've started with a canvas that's dry. It has no magic white on it, nothing yet. We'll put some on later, but we're going to start off with a canvas that's very, very dry. Okay, now I want to use a large brush and go right into some burnt umber and beat a little bit into the bristles. Just a small amount, that's all we need. And let's go right up in here, and I'm just going to scrub a little bit of this burnt umber color right onto the canvas. Just scrub it on. Very, very thin coat. Just let it go. Have fun with it. There. Okay. Now, see how easy that is? Let's go right into a little bit of phthalo blue. Just a small amount. This blue is very, very strong. And work it into the bristles. Beat that brush on there. That way you get a nice even distribution of color all the way through the bristles. Okay, now let's go right up here. And we'll put a little bit of the blue. Now, I didn't clean the brush, so we have blue and brown on the brush. But the blue is so much stronger, you will still see blue. There we go. Just really work that in. I don't want to kill all the brown. Don't want to kill it all. There. Okay, now I'll clean the brush, and we clean our brush with odorless paint thinner. And I really suggest that you use odorless paint thinner or you're going to be working by yourself. You'll run everybody in the house out. There we go. And we beat the bristles dry. Now let's go back up in here. And very lightly, we'll just blend all this together. And you can probably hear the strokes because the canvas is dry. Usually we have a wet canvas and the brush just glide over it. But today we're using a dry canvas. So you're going to hear the strokes a little bit more. There. And that's a super way to make a very effective little sky. Very easy. Very, very easy. Okay, now I'm going to go right into some titanium white with a fan brush and really load a lot of paint into the bristles. There we go. A lot of paint. Let's go up to the canvas and we'll put a happy little cloud right up in here. And maybe he lives right there. Very little pressure. Just let it bounce around and play. I'm using just the corner of the fan brush and pushing quite hard. And you want areas that are thick, areas that are thin, areas that have absolutely no paint. Okay, now we can form our cloud. You have to make a basic cloud shape. You can't just take and throw on paint and expect an almighty cloud just to appear. You need a basic shape. Okay, we'll use that for our basic shape. And I'll take a large brush and I'm going to just very lightly blend the bottom out. Just blend it out. Just want the bottom to basically just disappear and pick up some of the brown and the blue that we have under there. Don't touch the top at all yet. Not yet. We will in a minute. Okay, there we go. There we go. Just let all these little things just happen. Now I'm going to fluff it. Just lift it up. Fluff it, fluff it, fluff it. And I beat the brush just to remove excess paint. And then we'll very lightly just blend it. There we go. And that's all there is to it. It gives you a very effective, quiet little cloud. It's far away and soft. All right, now on the bottom of the canvas, I'm going to cover that with magic white. And I'm just using the old dirty brush and allowing those colors to mix. It's got a little brown, a little blue on it, and a little cloud color, whatever, it doesn't matter. There we go. Now, we've completely covered the bottom with magic white, so now the bottom's wet and slick, and we can actually blend color right on the canvas. We'll let that come right up into the color. That'll create a nice misty area when we're finished. Okay, now we can wash our brush. There we go. There, that's the most fun part of all. That's where you take out all your frustrations and hostilities. Okay, I'm gonna get another fan brush. I have several going here, so I don't have to stop and wash them all the time. And I'll go into a small amount of phthalo blue, a little bit of alizarin crimson. And I've left paint thinner on the brush, so this paint is very, very thin. Very thin. Very thin. Okay, let's go right up in here. And I'm going to drop just some little indications far away, barely touching the canvas. Just want some little indications of distant trees. Very soft, quiet, happy. Just let them play. Have fun. Now you let these go wherever you want them because, you know, when you buy your first tube of paint, you get that artist license, and it says you can do anything that you want on canvas. You have absolute power here. So you create your world the way you want it. We just want to show you how to make effects and turn you loose. Just turn you loose. There. Okay, now I'll take the large brush, and I want to create some mist down here at the bottom, so gently tap. And here it's beginning to mix with that magic white. And it'll get very soft. If you were using a dry canvas here, it wouldn't mix. Wouldn't mix. You'd get a very harsh line. Barely hitting right here. There. And the more mist you want, the harder you hit it. You bring that color down. You're looking for the soft area. Okay, then very lightly, I'll just lift upward. Very lightly, very lightly. Just gently caress it. There. Okay, now then, I'm going to put a couple more layers, and we need to mix up some color. So I'm going to take some phthalo green and alizarin crimson, about equal parts, and we'll mix those together. And when you're mixing paint, pick it up off the palette and turn it over. Otherwise, what's against the palette never gets mixed. Pick it totally up, turn it over. There. Okay, let me clean my knife. We'll get another fan brush. I've just got all kinds of fan brushes going today. A little bit of paint thinner on the brush, so the paint's quite thin. All right, let's go right up here, and maybe right. We got to make a decision. Now see, this color is black, so it'll stand out. But as it hits those other colors, it's going to begin to dilute a little bit and make all kinds of beautiful gray tones, and just unbelievable things happen. And let them happen. Let them happen. Don't fight with the canvas. You know, over and over I say, we don't make mistakes, we have happy accidents. And you learn to use anything that happens. So let it happen. Let it happen. You're depending on it. That's what makes it so fantastic. That's why we don't use any patterns or tracings. We want it to happen on the canvas. We don't want any restrictions. We want to just let it flow. Okay? Now we'll take the large brush, and once again, I'm going to tap the bottom of this just to soften it, make it very quiet. Very quiet. There. And gently I'll lift upward. And see, each layer that you put in here creates another plane in your painting and creates more of the illusion of depth and pushes everything back. So the more planes that you have in a painting, the more depth that you'll have. Tell you what, when we got that color going here, maybe there's a tree that lives here that, maybe he got a lot of vitamins and really grew. Big evergreen lives right there, just a corner of the brush, back and forth, back and forth. Just let him come right out of your brush. He lives in there, but he hides sometimes. You have to push him out. Just push him right out. There he comes. There he comes. Okay, now we can start, and I think I'll try a 1-inch brush, and we'll begin putting a little bit of color back here. And we'll go into a small amount of cad yellow and sap green, and I'm going to add a little bit of brown to that, Van Dyke brown to it to dull it. Don't want it too bright. A lot of color into the brush. Okay. Now back here, we're just going to see how lightly we can touch. We're just going to touch. And you can use a 2.5-inch brush for this, or the 1-inch brush, whatever makes you happy. We're just going to put some little indications. Don't want too much detail. It's too far away. Too far away right now. As we get closer, then we'll add more detail. But back here, we don't want detail. Okay, I'm adding in a little Indian yellow. Indian yellow is a beautiful color, very transparent. Okay, now we'll begin working on layers here. Just let all these little things happen. Let them come off your brush. Still not looking for detail. Just basic little shapes way back in the distance. And with my large brush, once again, I'm going to soften the bottom of these. I really want this painting to be very soft, quiet, very gentle. And lightly lift upward. Create that illusion of mist again. Okay, and that gives us a super, super nice little background that has a lot of depth in it. You can see plane after plane after plane. And once again, that's what creates the depth in your painting, and it gives you good feelings in here. Okay, let's begin working on some trees that are a little closer. Now go into some Van Dyke brown, a little burnt umber, and just mix it on the brush. Mix it on the brush, don't worry about it. Maybe, here I'm just tapping, maybe there lives a nice tree right here. Now you have to make these decisions. Since this is your world, you have to figure out where these trees live, because they live wherever you want them. And all I'm doing here is just applying some very, very basic shapes. We're not looking for detail, just general shapes. There. Add a little alizarin crimson to that color here and there. Break it up some. So we got Van Dyke brown, burnt umber, a little alizarin crimson. You see, that quick. We got a nice area to play with. Now we'll use a large brush and we'll go back and we'll put some highlights on some of these. I'm going to add a small amount of paint thinner to my brush, and we'll go right into, oh, there's some cadmium yellow, a little yellow ochre, beautiful, a little Indian yellow, and just mix all these colors together on the brush. Just mix them on the brush. We can even put a small amount of permanent red in there. That permanent red is very, very strong. A little sap green. And we have layers of color in the brush. Layers of color. So many things will happen rather than just one old dead color coming out. We're going to have all kinds of beautiful little things happening in there right here in this brush. Let's go right up here. Now, all we're going to do here is just tap and put some beautiful little leaves here. Just using the very corner of the brush, just a corner, and just touch it and let these little things just come right off your brush. There, and keep varying color. Just sort of go back and forth and play with the color. Let all these little things happen. There's one. Wherever you want them, that's where they live. Let them go. Let them go. Okay, let's add a little more of the sap green, a tiny bit more. Put a nice little green one right there. Don't want him left out. And right there is a nice one. See how easy these are? These are probably some of the simplest little bushes there are to make. And they work so easy. Anybody can do them. Anybody can do them. But you need to build layers. That's what creates the depth. You need layers. You do one bush at a time, and you have that little rascal totally finished before you go to the next one. If you try to do them all at once, they're just going to make mud for you. And I know sometimes, because we have to paint very fast on TV, it looks like we're just running across a room and socking the canvas. It's a gentle touch, and it's one bush at a time. Just one at a time. Don't get in too big a hurry. Let it happen. Okay. Now I also have several of these 2.5-inch brushes, and I'll just tap the bottom here and create a little mist with these. Now, don't forget these brushes that we use are natural bristles. They're not nylon or polyester or any other man-made fiber. Use natural bristle brushes. It's very, very important. Nylon will cut paint. We don't want to cut it. Okay, there we go. See how all that blends together and makes all that beautiful, beautiful little misty area down here. And it's that easy. Just let the brush work. Okay, now we need, if we're going to put some foreground in here, we need a dark color in order that the light will show. You need dark in order to show light. You put light against light, you have nothing. Dark against dark, you have nothing. You need light against dark, dark against light. That's what creates all the beautiful illusions and makes things stand out. So let's go I'll go right into some of this black color that I made, and we'll put a little brown in it. Whatever. Just let it happen. And we'll just tap in some. Oh, maybe there's a little hill here. Maybe it comes. There we go. Make a decision. Just make a decision and go with it. Go with it. Let it happen. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. And we just quickly drop in some nice dark color. And maybe in your world, maybe you decide there's another bush that lives right there. Wherever. There are no rules. Bushes live wherever makes them happy. And if they're happy there, that's where they ought to be. Maybe this one comes down, whatever. Okay, I'll just cover all this up very quickly. A lot of dark color. Doesn't matter, as long as it's dark, This is predominantly a brown color. But if you have some lavender left over, black, just drop it in. Drop it in. Just needs to be dark. Needs to be dark. And down here, it needs to be darker than back here. As things get closer to you in a landscape, they should get darker. There we go. Okay. Now go back to the brush. It had the color on it. This is a 2.5 inch. And very lightly here, I'll load a little bit of color. And we'll come right down here, and maybe there's some happy little grassy things that live here. And I'm just touching, tapping. See there how easy? And it makes beautiful little grassy areas. And I use just the corner then to put highlight on these. We decided there was another bush lived there. So I use just the corner of the brush. And we'll put him some little sparklers out there. There we go. There we go. And I think we put another one over here. So I'll add a little bit of permanent red to my color. Ooh, let him just really stand out. He is a beauty. Okay, I'm gonna drop in some more of these little grassy areas, wherever you want them. And you make up your mind where you think light's gonna strike them, and just tap. You know, that's such a beautiful little place. I'd like to have a little house there, and this is my world, so we can put anything we want. Maybe there's a little chalet out here. I like those. So I use the knife sometime and take off some of this excess paint, and it will help you. It will really help you if you take off some of this thin, loose paint. And it's also a nice way to lay out a basic shape. A little chalet, the roof comes all the way down. Carpenter didn't know when to stop, so he just made the roof all the way down to the ground. So that's what we'll do. See? Now that gives you a basic shape, allows you to lay out your perspective a little bit and get it like you want it. Take some Van Dyke brown, and we'll do this back eave back here. Pull it straight across. Straight across. See? Like so. Now we need, let's put some paint in here. And all we're doing is just laying in the base color, the undercolor. We'll come back later and highlight it and put shape in. Right now we're just laying in base color. If you like buildings, in our third series, we devoted nearly the whole series to showing you how to make all kinds of beautiful little buildings. So I think you'll enjoy it. There. Now we put the other side of the roof on. And straighten it up wherever you want it. And if it gets too long somewhere, you can take your knife and cut it off. Well, you have unlimited power on this canvas. See? If you want a chalet, then we'll just zoop, cut it off. Now then we need, I'll tell you what, let's take a little permanent red, a little Van Dyke brown, mix it together. Permanent red, Van Dyke brown. And I'll use a small edge of the knife. And let's put a few little shingles on this. Maybe they come right here. Touch, just lift upward. Touch and lift. Start at the bottom, we'll work up. And it's just a super easy little way to make all kinds of little shingles. Come right on up like that. Let them go, wherever you want them, wherever. And I'm going to take a little brown and white. A little brown and white. And we'll put, there, just pull it down. Let that paint break. No pressure. No pressure. No pressure at all. Barely touch. And I'll go back with some straight Van Dyke brown. We'll lay in some shadows. See how you can just play this back and forth and create all kind of illusions. And we need a little door in here so you can have a way to get into your house. Just pull it across with Van Dyke brown. Take a little bit of color and go around the door. Maybe in this little chalet, maybe there's a window that lives right there. There, just Van Dyke brown. Maybe there's one up top here and one there. And we can take a little color and go around these. There. See how easy that is? And maybe there's boards. If you want the illusion of boards, just take the point of the knife and cut right down through the paint. And it'll make it look like this house is made out of little boards. Okay. A little bit of white, and we'll put a little there. Boy, that'll make it stand out so you can see it good. And there's our little chalet, all finished. Okay, let's add a little more color here. Get a tiny bit of paint thinner on my brush. Thin paint will stick to a thick paint. And let's put a little bit of grass coming right down through here. There it goes. Maybe it comes right down, right down. There it is, there it is, there it is. Just make these decisions, let it happen. Tell you what, we need a way to get to our cabin. Chalet up here. Let's take a little Van Dyke brown and let's put a, there it is, there it is. Happy little path. Maybe this little path comes, there it is. There it is, just sort of visualize. Look at your painting, make decisions, let it happen. Let it happen, let it flow right out. And we'll take a little brown and white here and just barely touch. And let that paint break. Put a little highlight on there. Okay. Let's go right into some of our, this is all the different yellows that we're using and a little bit of permanent red. Just let these things happen. Just mix all these colors on the brush. There it comes, right down through there. See there? Just let it happen. Go into a little more sap green. All those beautiful little colors. And take your time when you're doing this. Boy, you can really make some soft effects and just blend them together. Just tap. Just tap. Okay. A little more sap green. I want it a little darker over here in this corner so that your eye goes to the back. Now you understand why we put all that dark under there. It makes the lighter color stand out. Otherwise, you couldn't see it. It would just literally disappear. If your paint will not stick well, add a little bit of paint thinner to it, and then it'll stick. A little bit of paint thinner will make it stick. See, isn't that easy? We've got all kinds of little beautiful grassy areas. A little bit of light right there, make it stand out a little more. Okay, we'll take a clean fan brush, put a little bit of white on it, and let's just go back and sort of clean up some of these little edges. I sort of messed them up a little. There, just barely touch, pull across. At least a little bit of white paint on it. Like so. And. Now, just, we can clean up some of these little edges. So you put a little bump there, make it a little more interesting. Then come right up through here. And I think that gives you a good idea of what you can do. It's very simple, a lot of fun. I think you'll enjoy it. Tell you what, let's sign this one. We'll use a little bit of paint thinner and go right into my permanent red. Load that old liner brush up, a lot of paint. We'll go right up here. And I really hope you've enjoyed this one. I hope it's taught you a lot of things, made you happy, stirred your imagination. You got your brush out now ready to go along. So with that, I think we'll call this painting finished. I look forward to seeing you next week, and until then, happy painting. God bless. Welcome back. I'm glad to see you today. Thought today we'd do a fantastic little painting. It's a lot of fun. I think you'll enjoy it. And let's start off and have them graphically run all the colors across the screen that you need to do the painting that I'm going to do up here today. And they'll come across your screen starting with the titanium white and working around in the same order that I have them on my palette. Now if you already have a way to set your palette up, don't change it just because I have mine. But try to set your palette up the same way each time so you don't have to waste a lot of time looking for color. You always know where it's at. So let's get started. I've already covered the canvas with a thin, even coat of magic white. It's wet, slick, and ready to go. Start with a little bit of Prussian blue, and I'm just going to work that into the brush. And maybe today we'll make some little streaky clouds. And I'm going to just start making little crisscross strokes, sort of like that. And we'll just let them go back. Now I want them to be darker up here than back there, so start at the top and work downward. And maybe there's one right there. And I'm just sort of going back and forth. Keep it a little bit darker in color than you want it to be when you finish, because we're going to blend a lot and it will lighten in value. And maybe there's another one wherever, just drop them in. Maybe we'll do a little farm scene today. We film in Indiana, which is a beautiful, beautiful state and has a lot of farms. And so maybe we'll do a happy little farm scene. Okay, now we've got the color on the canvas. A little darker right there. There. Okay, now I'm going to wash my brush. And once again, we wash our brushes with odorless thinner, paint thinner. Shake off the excess. And then just beat the devil out of them. Now then, I'm going to go right into titanium white. Titanium white. I'll tell you what, let's put the least little touch of permanent red into it, just so it has a slight pinkish glow. Load that brush full of paint. Okay, let's go up to the canvas here. And in between these areas now, I'm going to begin just doing this with a little color, so it overlaps the dark. Okay, a little more of the color. Maybe there's a little in here. Like so. A little right in there maybe. Not a whole bunch. Okay, now I'm going to begin blending all this together. Just like that. Just blend it together. Make all kinds of beautiful little things happen. Maybe there's a little white right there. Wherever you want it. You can even take your brush and put a few little swirly patterns here and there, just to separate things, blend it out. Skies. Oh, there's as many different skies as there are people to look at them and paint them. There's really no absolute set way to make a sky. There we go. All kinds of little things happening. Maybe we'll put a little white right up in here. There we go. Okay, now we'll just blend out the brush strokes. And that gives us a very quick, simple little sky. Easy to do and very effective. Okay, I'll clean that old brush one more time and we can get started. Now if we're going to do an old barn, maybe we'll do a couple of buildings today. Buildings are always a lot of fun, and they bring a lot of joy to your heart. Let's start out. Maybe there's a small building back here, and we'll start with some Van Dyke brown, a little roll of paint on the knife, and let's go right up here. Maybe there's a happy little building right here, a little shed or something. We'll put it in first, and then we'll come back and do a big old barn. One of my best friends was telling me about a saying they have here in Indiana. They talk about the barn built the house, and I didn't understand that at first. And you can look at the size of the house in the barn and see how well the old farmer is doing. If he's doing real well, and he's got a big barn, a big house. Okay, now we need some, put a front on that old building. This is just Van Dyke Brown, and all you're doing is just laying in base color right now. You could really care less. This is strictly just base color, and then we'll come back and begin adding detail. Okay, now then, we got to make some decisions, some big decisions. Take Van Dyke Brown, and we'll put some permanent red into it, like so, and just blend that together. Now, cut across it, and let's go right up here, and we'll just put, this is old wood. I like old wood. Very rarely do I paint new buildings. I like old buildings. Now this is where you begin making all those decisions and bringing all this together. You also have to decide, where's your light coming from? Where is your light coming from in your world? Maybe today we'll have it coming from the left, so the front of the buildings will be lit. So I'm going to take the same color, add a little white to it, maybe a little bit of yellow ochre. So now we've got Van Dyke Brown, a little yellow ochre, a little white, and a little permanent red. Let's go back up here. Now touch very lightly, very lightly. Oh, very lightly, just barely caressing the canvas. And that's enough. That's enough. Now I'm going to take some blue and Prussian blue and Van Dyke Brown, mix those together, make a very dark color. Should look black. And right under this eave here, I want a little bit of dark. And under this eave, a little dark. And you just barely lay this on, like so. And I'll just take a clean knife and touch that and lightly pull down. And it creates a shadow under these overhangs. That easy. Okay, now we need some roof up here. We'll use Van Dyke Brown, permanent red. Let's go right up here. And we'll just start over in that eave. And maybe come over on this eave. Just sort of outline it a little bit. Okay, yeah. All I'm going to do here is just sort of touch, let the paint be pulled off onto the canvas. Canvas will pull off what it wants, give you back what's left. There we go. Old roof. There's shingles missing and shingles broke. It's like me, it's had a hard life. There, okay. Now we need a door in this building. There we go, just come across, maybe it's like that. This is just the dark color. We don't care what color it is as long as it's dark. Maybe this building was made out of boards. So I'll just take a small amount of white, cut across it, and we'll put some indication of some little boards here and there. This is your building, so you have to make these decisions. And just a few little indications over here. I don't want too many over here. Just like so. And a little bit around the door where the light's striking, make it stand out. And that's simple. We got a happy little building. Now then, I'm going to mix up Van Dyke Brown, permanent red, and Prussian blue. And we'll just mix them all together here. And we're going to use quite a bit of this, so I'll mix up a pretty good sized pile. There we go. Just like that. All right. And I wipe my knife here on just paper towels or clean rag, whatever you have. I would take this whole brush and we'll begin dropping in what'll end up being some nice little grassy areas. Maybe they're not taking too good a care of this old barn. It's an old barn. The weeds are beginning to sneak in there and take it. There we go. All we're doing is just dropping in some dark color so our lights will show when we come back and put light color in there. And that mixes with the magic white, and automatically it gets lighter in value. Okay. Now, a lot of times, as I drive around here in Indiana, see old barns, and they have, I don't really know what they are, but they have sticks or poles that sort of project up. Maybe there's one in right there. This is where they hook their antennas so they can pick up our show. A little bit of highlight. Now, we said the light was coming from the left, so it'll be on that side. There we go. And that's just a little brown and white. We'll put the least little bit right there, like that. Okay, let's have a big old barn. Now, a lot of times it really helps if you come up here and you sort of scrape out a basic shape. Maybe the old barn, the top of it's here, and it comes down. It's got a bend. Here, bends, and comes over here. This is a super easy way to lay out your basic shape. It also will help you to remove this excess paint, especially if that paint's thin, because we're going to put a thick color over the top of it. Okay. Tell you what, let's get crazy. Maybe it comes over here and comes right in front of that one a little bit. That'll help push that one back. All right, what color do we want the roof? Let's use some brown and some white. We'll put a little bit of blue into that. And we'll lighten that down into a couple of values. There we go. Very nice. Let's go up here. Let's start up here on the roof. Now, when you're doing buildings, when you're looking at a three-quarter view, and it's a three-quarter view if you can see the front and the side of the building. That's a three-quarter view. One of the big things to remember, the back of this building has to be a little tiny bit lower than the front. That's so important, and it's one of the easiest things to overlook. Try to remember that. People will look at your painting and they might not understand what's wrong, but they'll say something's wrong with that painting, and they may not understand what, but their mind will tell them something's wrong with it. And that's usually all it is that little angle. And it's such a simple little thing that we have a tendency to overlook it sometimes. Okay? Now, right here, it bends. It's a big old bend in the roof, and it comes down like that. Just let it go down. Angles are very, very important. There we go. Just like so. Okay, now then, let's pick up some of this brown that we made. This is Van Dyke brown, permanent red, little Prussian blue. And let's begin putting in some overhangs. Barns need overhangs too. There. See, so the cow has a place to stand when it's raining so he won't get wet. There we go. Bring us right on down. And here, once again, all we're doing now is just laying in dark color. You need the dark in order for the light to show. You need the dark. Painting is a great deal like life. You need a little dark in your life so that you know when the good stuff happens. There. And we've all had that, and we'll all continue to have it. That's what makes it all worthwhile. And the very fact that you're aware of it is enough reason to be overjoyed that you're alive and can experience it. Just think, if you were a stone, you'd never get to enjoy anything. We're so fortunate. There. Well, we're building us a fantastic barn here. Big old barn. There. Now we need to put some highlights on this barn. Permanent red, and right into some Van Dyke brown. We'll make this a nice reddish color brown. We'll do a red-looking barn here. Touch, very lightly, very lightly. Caress the canvas. Caress it. There we go. Just caress it. Okay, now over here, this side's going to be darker, so we can use the same color and add more brown to it. Brown is your duller. It makes colors much duller. Okay, now then, touch and just pull down. Let the paint break. Just let it break. Look at there. It looks like old wood already, and you haven't hardly done a thing. It's unbelievable what you can do. Now then, just like in the other one, we need some shadows. So I'll use a little bit of this dark, that was Prussian blue, and Van Dyke brown. Just like so. Just lay it on first. Might mix up a little more. Prussian blue and Van Dyke brown. And right into this overhang here. We need that dark. It sort of sets everything off. It makes it look so much better. Now, clean my knife, touch, just pull it down a little bit. Don't want to kill it all. There. Now maybe there's right across here. We'll touch again with the dark color, and I'm going to grab that and pull down. Just pull straight down. So it looks like there's a division there. Now we'll go right into a little bit of light color, and we'll put some happy little boards right in there. And all I'm doing is just cutting right through. A little bit of color on the knife, just to give an indication of some old barn boards. If you can find an old barn in your neighborhood that the farmer didn't want anymore, these old boards make some of the most beautiful, beautiful picture frames you've ever seen. Try it. And they're easy to make. Okay, now we need a place up here so that the old farmer could pull his hay up, put it up in there. Okay, and right here we'll have a big door. This is just blue and brown, just a dark color. Big door, big door. And then around the edge of the door, a little bit of light strikes. Makes that door stand out. We'll put a little bit right around here too, just to make it stand out a little. Okay, we'll have some little indication of some boards here. Don't want it to be left out. There we go. Just drop them in. There. Now, if this doesn't stand apart enough, take a little dark color, because there needs to be a division between the front and the side. Take a little dark color and put in there. There. And that'll help separate it. Just like so. Okay. I think we're ready to play a little more now. Maybe we'll put some nice little grassy areas right along here. And I'm just tapping with this 2.5-inch brush. This is where you straighten out the bottom of your barn and decide where everything's going to be. There we go. Just let it go. And really, you could put this on with a paint roller. It really makes no difference. All we're doing here is just applying dark color. There. Just need some dark color. Heck, we'll just go into some sap green. Just add a little sap green to that. Even a touch of crimson, alizarin crimson. Because when you put sap green and alizarin crimson together, it makes a beautiful, beautiful, rich brown color. So we're still working in brown tones. But by mixing on the brush and on the canvas, we're going to have some nice effects here when we get done. All right. Now, no farm's complete without some fences. So let's build some fences. We'll start with some of this brown color made from the permanent red, the Van Dyke brown, and the Prussian blue. Prussian blue. It's almost a tendency to say Persian blue. But that was my kitty cat. Okay. Put a little fence right here. Maybe there's one here. I tell you what I want to do. I want to put a little grass back there if I do all that. So we'll take a little yellow, a little sap green. Because if I put that fence in first, then it's going to be hard to sneak that grassy area back in there. Now I'm just using a little Indian yellow, yellow ochre. Just mix them on the brush. Let all these little colors happen. Not too much color in between. It's a big shadow in there. Just a little indication of some color. There we go. Out here. Look at that. Look at that. Right along the barn here. A few little weeds are beginning to grow up the side. He's like me. He don't cut his lawn enough. And I'm the world's worst lawn keeper. I'm ashamed to tell you that. Okay, a little bit of the happy little grassy areas right out through here. And wherever. There we go. Now you don't want to kill all this dark, because there's probably been a lot of cows and horses walking around here, and they sort of tromped all this down, and there's a lot of dead grass in here. If you were stepped on by a horse, you'd be brown too. They hurt. When I was a little boy, I had a horse step on my foot one time, and oh, you don't realize how much they weigh until they step on you. Okay, now we can put our fence in. There it comes, maybe here. And let's play some games today. Maybe this fence goes up there and then over. I'm just doing this so you can see how you make a fence move all around. Da-da-da-da-da. Be brave, be brave. Drop them in, drop them in. Maybe it comes right down like that. Okay, let's put one more little one right there so it goes right on out of sight. Now we need to highlight these. So I'll take some white and a little bit of light brown. And all I'm going to do is just touch. Just touch. So you have a little bit of highlight on these posts. There we are. Now we need some rails. We'll just use the same old brown color. And all I'm going to do is just touch. And this old farmer, he's like me. He just picked up whatever happened to be laying around, and he made him a fence out of it. Now here, we want it to go uphill. See? Bloop, bloop. See how you can bend fences right around your painting? And fences help add a lot of depth and a lot of perspective to your painting. Use them. And they're fun, they're easy. And, of course, we're not interested in those happy bucks. But if you ever want to sell a painting, fence adds a lot of interest. Okay, maybe, tell you what, maybe there was a little fence right over here. So, just a quick little indication like that. And in here, I'm just going to rub. Let's let that color rub so it looks like a little path. And we're just mixing all the colors on the canvas. Maybe this was where the horsey lived right here. And so the fence comes right on up. And you just let your fence go wherever you want it to go. But as it gets closer to you, it needs to get bigger. And these posts need to get a little bit farther apart. And just let them get closer and bigger and stronger. That's where this old knife is so fantastic. It really makes beautiful, beautiful fences. Okay, little highlight on these fences. Bloop, bloop, bloop. I'm just using a little brown and white, touch of blue in it. Just barely, barely touching. And don't want to cover up all the dark. Just a little. Now, while I've got that color on the knife, I'm going to add a tiniest little bit of highlight here and there on these little rails. And you could also make these rails using your liner brush. That'd work. Tell you what, little top on those. I'm just using a little touch of permanent red here. There we go. Now we're back to our brown, and we'll put some rails coming right up through here. Touch, touch. There they go. Just, as I say, this old farmer, he just used whatever he could find laying around, limbs and sticks and trees that fell down in his backyard. You use what nature gives you, and nature gives you everything you need. See there it comes. And when you're at home, maybe you want 3 rails on your fence, or 4, or maybe half of them fell off. You have to make these decisions. That's what makes it fun. It's because it's your world. You create what you want. Now then, a little highlight up here on these rails. But you can see how this little fence adds a lot of depth to the painting, changes your whole perspective. And it's really a lot of fun. Gives you a lot of practice with this almighty knife. Tell you what, let's go back into our big brush, get a little more of this yellow color, and we'll just put some little grassy things. This is yellow, add a little yellow ochre. And all we're going to do here is just touch and let these little things happen. Like so. See, we got our little path now. You need to bring some grassy areas right on down into your path. Cover up the foots of these. If you pick up a little of that dark, it's fine. I'm going to take a liner brush, a little paint thinner, go right into some brown paint. And here and there, you know, you never get the grass cut good around the bottom of the fence, so there's always weeds here and there. Wherever you want them. Just grab, lift up. Tell you what, let's take a little bit of thin oil, a little permanent red, sign this one, and call it finished. I really hope you've enjoyed this one and it's sparked your imagination and you've got your canvas out and you're ready to go. And with that, we wish you happy painting. God bless.
Hi, I'm glad to see you today. Today I thought we'd do something that's a little bit different. We'll just have a good time. And before we get started, I'm going to have them graphically run all the colors that you need right across your screen, and you can see exactly what colors I have on my palette. And it'll come across on the screen starting with the white and going right around, the same way I have them on the palette. And today I'm going to use just a dry canvas, and we'll have some fun with that. I'm going to dip my brush into a little bit of paint thinner, and I'm going to go right into some phthalo blue, just a small amount. And I want this paint to be very thin. I'm just going to put a quick little wash on the canvas. Just a little bit of color. There we go. And this is just a little phthalo blue with a lot of paint thinner in it. It's very, very thin, and it'll dry on your canvas quite rapidly. I want a little bit of this blue color to show through my painting, and it'll make it very nice. There we go. Just cover the whole canvas with it. And there we are. That quick, we had the canvas completely covered with color, and we can start having some fun. Now, when you're doing this at home, try numerous colors. Burnt umber, Van Dyke brown, Prussian blue. All of these colors work very, very nice, and they're very, very transparent. Okay, I'll wash the brush. There we go. And let's have some fun. Let's have some fun. We'll take some titanium white, put on the knife. I'm just going to pull it out very flat and then cut across. Get a little bit of paint right out here on the end of the knife. Okay, let's go up here. Let's put some happy little clouds playing up here in the sky. And follow angles here. Angles are very important. I'm going to take a little phthalo blue and alizarin crimson, mix it together, and we'll make a little purplish color. A little blue, alizarin crimson. The blue's many, many times stronger than the crimson. Okay, let's go right up here and we'll add a little bit of shadow here and there. Don't want a great deal. We'll just drop this in. Go right into the white and begin just letting all these colors just sort of play together. We'll make some great big, fluffy, soft clouds just floating around out here. And allow these colors to mix. Don't fight it. Let it happen. Let it happen. There we go. Maybe this big old cloud just runs right on off the canvas. This is your cloud, so you let it go wherever you want it to. Now you can paint this entire painting with a knife if you want to. And it's super, super good practice to learn how to control the knife. Or you can do part of it with a knife, part with a brush, whatever makes you happy. And we just go right over these purplish colors, and some of them will bleed through and make some beautiful things happen. There. Okay, let's go right up here. Now, if you want the color to be darker, you continue to rub it. If you want it to be nice and bright and shiny, put it on, leave it alone, get away from it. See, just don't keep working it. If you keep working it, it'll get very, very dull and go away and leave you. It'll pick up all the undercolor. So you have to make these big decisions. Okay, maybe, yeah, there it is. I love to do paintings with a knife. Really, really teaches you how to use a knife. Tell you what, I'm going to take the least little amount of yellow ochre. I mean, tiniest, tiniest little bit. Add a little bit of color just to break it up. Now, you don't want to get much of this yellow ochre because it'll touch the blue and you'll have nice green sky, and we don't want that. But a little bit of the gold color in the sky is very pretty. Just adds a little flavor to it. There we go. Some almighty clouds. And they're very simple to do and a great deal of fun. Okay. And that easy, that easy. We got a fantastic little sky. It's very, very effective. You don't want to kill all this blue wash that you put on here. Leave some of that showing. So you have areas that are very thick, areas that are thin. Really makes your painting interesting. Okay. Now you could even take a brush and go back over this and really blend it if you wanted to. I want to leave it a little bit rough. I like paintings that have texture to them. Okay. Maybe back in here there's a happy little hill. I'll just use the same purplish color. That was phthalo blue and alizarin crimson. There we go. Now this color will look black to you. So if you want to test it, take a little white and put over here. There. And then you can see what color it is. Otherwise it's just going to look black. And that's a pretty good color. That's about what I'm looking for. Okay, let's go right up here, and maybe there lives a nice little hill. Just a little soft, gentle hill. And I'm really, really pushing that paint into the canvas. There. There we go. And then you can just very gently rub it to make it smooth. You know, when we look at knife paintings, a lot of times knife paintings are so rough that you have to be a long way off to even recognize what it is. But it doesn't have to be that way. You can make very delicate, soft, smooth paintings just using a knife. Practice with it. Okay, now I'm going to take a little permanent red, a little white, and maybe we'll put at least a little bit of highlight here and there. I don't want a great deal. We'll have our light coming from the left today. A little permanent red, tiny bit of white. Just enough to put a small amount of highlight up here. There we go. And just blend it together. Okay. Now this is just a little titanium white right on the bottom, because I want the bottom of my little hills to be a little bit lighter than the top. Okay, maybe, tell you what, let's play a little here. I'm going to use the same purplish color, but I've added white to it, so it's a little bit lighter in value. And maybe over here there's a hill that's farther away. We'll put it behind there. So it should be a little lighter in value. As things get closer to you, in a landscape, they should get darker. So we'll just drop this one in. That's far, far away. And it's very soft and very quiet back here. And we can bring this one right down in front of it. Now see, this one's darker, so it stands out against the lighter one. And that easy, you can make a beautiful little hill back here. Take a little bit of the light color on the bottom. And this is just titanium white added right down to the bottom. Blend it all together. There we go. A little more of the permanent red, and we'll put a little highlight right up there. So there's a little on this hill. We don't want it to be left out. Follow your angles. Always follow these angles. Okay. Now then, let's begin playing with some little grassy areas that are way back in the back. So I'll take some cad yellow, a little yellow ochre in it, and some sap green. Looking for quite a dark green color here. Just about like so. Okay, let's go right up to the canvas here. And maybe there's some little background trees that just live right along here. And all I'm doing is just barely touching the canvas. Let these little trees just fall right off your knife. I'm gonna add a little burnt umber to that color. So it's not the same all over, and to darken it down right here on the bottom. Just barely touching the canvas. Go, a little more paint. Just let these happen. There. A little bit over in here. But it's unbelievable what you can do just using a big old knife. And try some of these. I think you'll find them very, very enjoyable. And they do good things to your heart. Make you happy. Make you happy. Okay, that'll give us some little indication of some trees that are far, far away. Add at least a little bit of white down here and begin bringing this over. So I'm just using that same color, and I've just added a little white to it, and then begin pulling it. Angles are very, very important when you're doing this. Pay close attention to your angles. There we go. Let's go right up here. Okay. As it goes farther away, let it get lighter and lighter in value. And I want this part here to look like it's far away, and this over on the other side is getting closer to you. I'm going to take a little permanent red and just very gently add a little of that here and there. Just to break it up. Little Indian yellow. It's very transparent. Just sort of work some of these colors back and forth, make all these pretty little things happen. Okay, now over here, this is closer to you, so I'm going to add more more sap green. I want this side over here to be darker. It's closer, so it should be darker. But you still need to follow those basic angles. They're very, very important. And maybe it just comes right around like that, wherever you want it to go. Okay, now it's much darker here. And sort of blend it together. We don't want it to have a distinct line there. We just want it to gently blend together. There. Okay. Now then, I'm going to mix up some black, and to make that we'll use some phthalo green and alizarin crimson. Phthalo green, alizarin crimson, in about equal parts. Just mix them together. And this color needs to be mixed together very well. Normally we don't worry much about mixing color. Mix this one very good. When you're mixing, pick it completely up off your palette and turn it over. Okay. Now then, let's go right back up in here. And we can start making some big decisions. And maybe we'll just start touching right in here. Put some water in here, so we need to define where water and land meet. This will be our little bank when it's done. Need a nice dark color to set it off. And let's take a little of that color and just work it right down into the canvas here. Just pull it down. Just like so. Okay, then we'll take the 2.5-inch brush and just grab some of this and pull. Just enough to pull it down. This will end up being some reflections in the water. And pick up some of that dark green color, all the colors, pick them up, because they all reflect into the water, and just pull it straight down. And this canvas is dry, it won't pull as well as you normally would do with the magic white. We're just looking for some dark color in the water here. Okay, now then, I'm going to take some white and a little phthalo blue in it. White, a little phthalo blue. Pull it out very flat and just cut across. Get that little roll of paint right on the edge of the knife. Let's go right up here. Now we can begin making some decisions here where our water is. And we just lay a little bit of this bluish color right over the top of the reflections. You don't want to cover them all up, though. Don't want to lose them all. Just want to make it look like water without killing everything. There we go. Just sort of work it back and forth, play with it. Keep these lines basically straight. Water's always looking for a place to be nice and level. So keep these lines straight. Okay, there you go. And you can put as many of these in your water as you want, or as few. Either way. Step back and look at your painting ever so often. It gives you a whole different view of it. Sometimes when you're painting, you stay too close to it and you really can't see it. Step back. Okay, now I'm going to firm up these little edges here a little. Just a touch. This is just the black color. Phthalo green, alizarin crimson. Let me clean my knife, and we can just very lightly bring this color right down on top of it and smooth everything out, bring it together. There we go. Allow these colors just sort of to mix and to blend, and all kinds of nice things happen. Don't fight it. And the more you rub this with a knife, the softer and more gentle it becomes, and all the colors blend together very smoothly. And you can make paintings that, God, people almost won't believe you've done them with a knife. They'll think you've done them with a very, very soft brush. Okay, maybe, tell you what, maybe go right into some sap green. Maybe there's a little tree that lives right here. This is just sap green. I'm using the little edge of the knife. Both edges work. There we go. Maybe he's got a friend that lives right over here. And once again, you have to make these big decisions. How many trees live in your world? Drop them in. I'm going to take just a tiny bit of cad yellow now. And just put a little highlight on this tree so he stands out and sparkles. Sun's shining on him. Boy, I'm going to be a big, strong, happy tree out here. There we go. Little shadow area right behind the tree. Remember where your light's coming from. And just put a little indication of a shadow. Okay. Now we got to do something over here on the other side and make some big decisions. Maybe. Tell you what, let's just take some more of this black color that we have. That's going so well. And maybe. Comes right down here. Maybe there's a little projection. There it is. Comes right out in the water like that. And we need some color underneath that. And once again, I'll take this old big brush. And you could do this with a knife. I'm doing it with a brush because it's a little bit faster. But you could certainly do it using your knife. And we'll add a little bit of the water right over the top of that. This is phthalo blue, titanium white. And back to our dark color, and we can continue this. There it is, comes right down through there. You knew it all the time, didn't you? There. And I'm just putting the dark in so light will show. You need the dark in order to show light. A lot of paint here. There we go. Just fill all this up. And now we can go right into some sap green and begin pulling a little bit of yellow ochre. Just sort of mix these colors right on your knife. And you can make them as bright or as dull as you want them. If you want them duller because there's black underneath, just keep rubbing. It will get duller because it'll pick up that color that's underneath, and automatically that happens. If you put yellow on top of this black color, because yellow and black make green, automatically you'll get a nice green color. Automatically. There. And maybe there's some happy little things that just grow right along this edge. Just let your knife bounce around and play. Okay. Okay, maybe, tell you what, let's have some fun. Maybe there's a big old tree here. Let's use some Van Dyke brown. I'll put a little burn umber into it. Pull it out very flat, get that little roll of paint, and maybe, yep, right there. It's a big old tree, it lives right here. It goes right on off the canvas, maybe. Okay. Put some tree trunks right up through the sky. This is where we check and see if you're brave and go right through the sky with these big brown trunks. let's give him another arm. And you can put as many arms on your tree as you want. It's your tree, your world. Let it go. Maybe there's another little arm lives right there. Whatever. And just some indications. And we can put a few little limbs here and there. There might even be a little one right here. Trees just grow however makes them happy. So that's what they should do when you're painting them. They should grow in your painting any way that makes you happy. It's your tree. Okay, we'll put a few little limbs right up through here. Now we need a little bit of highlight on there. I'll use a little permanent red, a little burnt umber. I'm going to add a little yellow ochre into that too. There, that'll brighten it up. A little bit of paint, and we said our light's coming from the left. So let's just highlight this tree on the left side. And all I'm doing is just touching. Just touch. Canvas will pull off what it wants. And give you back what's left. Just some little highlights. And if you wanted to do this painting with a brush, you could certainly do all this with a little liner brush or even a fan brush. It would work very well. Okay, now then let's put some leaves on this tree. Huh? I'll go right into some sap green, and I'll add some Van Dyke brown to my sap green just to dull it down. Very dark. And maybe we'll just use a knife. We've done so much with a knife. The heck, we'll just drop in some basic little things here and there. And once again, you could do all this with your brush. It would work just as well. Just to keep it together, we'll use a knife. And you could put as many leaves as you want in your tree. Just let them go. See, there they are. As thick as you want them, as thin as you want them. And we'll take a little bit of a light color, a little yellow with green. You can drop a little highlight on here, and we think we've about got a finished painting. The old clock on the wall says, Bob, you got to go. Got to go. So we'll call this painting finished, and I really hope you've enjoyed it. It'll give you a challenge. And until next week, happy painting. God bless. Hi, how you doing today? I'm so glad you could join me. I thought today we'd do a black canvas and we'll have a lot of fun with it. So let's start out, have them graphically run all the colors you need to do this painting right across your screen. And we'll start with a titanium white and go around in the same order I have them on my palette. Now we have a black canvas here, as I said, and I've already gone ahead and covered this canvas with a thin coat of sap green and phthalo blue. And I sort of just mixed it on the brush and just covered the entire canvas and brushed it out. So let's go up here and let's have some fun. I'm going to start with a little bit of titanium white. We need a light source in this painting. We need some light in it. So we'll just start with some titanium white and decide where our light source is going to be. It's right there. Make a decision, drop in some color, let it go. Start in the lightest area and work outward. I'm just using little crisscross strokes. Just little X's, just like so. Little X's all over the canvas. Just the way the teacher used to grade my paper in school. A lot of little X's. Okay, now you can do this as many times as you want to get a desired lightness, but I suggest strongly that you clean your brush each time
so you don't carry the dirty color back into your light area. Okay. Doop, doop, doop. Now we'll go right in here. I'm going to get a little more white. Let's go up here, and I want to make this light area a little bit brighter. A little bit brighter. So add a little more white. Just use a little crisscross strokes. And blend it out. Blend it out. Okay, and very lightly we go across. And that'll just give us a light source in the back of this painting. Okay. Once again, I'll clean the brush. There we go. Alrighty. I'm going to take a 1-inch brush. A 1-inch brush, and I'm going to go right into some sap green, and some cadmium yellow. And we'll just mix them on the brush here. Let's go up to the canvas and figure out, maybe we want to put some indications of little trees back here. Don't want detail, just some little indication. Just let the brush bounce around and let little things happen. There we go. Don't want detail, just little happy things. Okay, maybe. Here and there, wherever. Let the brush play. Let it play. There's another one, wherever you want. Wherever you want them. Let's add a little paint thinner to our brush here. We'll go into a little yellow ochre, and I'll touch some phthalo blue to it. Yellow ochre with a little phthalo blue in it. Makes sort of a little different shade of green. And we'll just put a little light here and there. And I'm just using the corner of this little brush, just touching. Go into a little Indian yellow, a little cad yellow. Drop a little highlight here and there. Again, you can make as many of these as you want or as few as you want. These are your woods, so you make your own mind up. Everybody sees nature in their own way. There we go. A little touch of highlight here and there. Little things just happening. Still not looking for detail. All I'm looking for is just little things happening way back in the background. Let them happen. There. And over in here it looks a little darker to me, so use darker colors. You don't want as much detail. As it goes away from your light source, it'll be less and less color. Just see little indications. Okay, same thing on the other side over here. Just little indications. We don't want a lot of detail. Most of this will be covered up anyway. Just in case it sort of shows through whatever you have in the foreground. All right. I'm going to go right into, let's go into a little Van Dyke brown, a little burnt umber, smallest little amount of white. There. Cut a little roll of paint off. Let's go right up here and right there. We'll just drop in some indications of little tree trunks here and there. Just let them go. Let them have fun. There. Just let the knife bounce around and play. And you can put in all kind of little trunk indications without really working at all. This is just background. You know, and when you're all finished, all these little things that you're doing so quick, people will see them and they think you worked for a month on this painting. And if you're selling your painting, that's when you say, well, the price just went up. Of course, you say that in your mind. You don't tell them that. There. Okay, now let's make some decisions. Let me find a big brush. It goes faster. Maybe now there's some little soft bushes that are playing right back in here. So let's go right into a little cad yellow, sap green. Throw a little brown in there too. That'll dull it down. A little yellow ochre. Just mix all these colors on your brush. And there's many layers of color then on your brush. Okay, let's go up here. Maybe. Right there lives just a happy little bush. He lives right there. Just using the corner of the brush. There.
Maybe a little Indian yellow. And just sort of let these play back and forth. All kinds of pretty little things happening wherever you want them. Add some sap green back in here. I want it darker. So I always want to keep it darker over here, as far away from the light source. A little more of the green and the yellow. Maybe right there. Yep. Going back into a little more of the cad yellow, and a little brighter color so it shows up against the darker, and we can begin building a few little layers of things in here. Just let them happen. Okay, maybe, yep, right there is another happy little bush. Just a corner of the big brush here I'm using. Just let all these little things just happen. There. Okay, now we'll add a small amount of permanent red in there. There we go. Get a little sparkler out there. Let him sing out there. Every bush, every tree has its own personality. Each one's an individual. So when you paint, you're painting as individuals. Think about the personalities. Each one's different. Each one's your friend, if you let it be. Just let him be your friend. See there? Just layer after layer after layer, bush after bush. It just goes on and on till you run out of canvas or you get tired. You can very easily get carried away. All right, let's have some water down here. So I'm going to go right into a little bit of the titanium white. We'll decide where the water is at. There it is. There it is. Just grab a hole. Now I had all the grains and the yellows on the brush. I just add a little white, and we'll pull straight down. Straight down. See, it's picking up all the blue and the green underneath. All kinds of beautiful little things happen just automatically. Touch more of the white. Just a touch more. Pull it down, straight down. It's most important you go straight down. If you go at an angle, your reflections will never look right. It's sort of crazy, but that's what happens. They just don't look right. There. And you can make this water as bright as you want it. Don't get carried away. Color shows up so much stronger on these black canvases. Okay, now very lightly go across. Straight across. Keep these strokes straight. And you have instant reflections. That easy. And you can push these reflections and bend them just by using the brush sideways and pushing to make all kinds of beautiful effects. Okay, same old brush. Let's go back into a little bit of the cadmium yellow. And maybe we'll bring this little peninsula down right here, wherever you want it. Oh my gosh, you can just make all kinds of little things happen wherever. There's one. Okay, let's have some fun here. Tell you what, let's do. Let's take the old fan brush, and I'll go right into some Van Dyke brown and burn umber, and just mix it right on the fan brush. Right on the fan brush. A lot of paint. Pull it through the paint. Wiggle it and then pull it. That sharpens it right up. Okay, let's go up here. Now let's put some little dirt areas in here. It's most important that you follow the lay of the land. If in your mind the land's coming down this way, then make these strokes go that way. Water also always lays in a recessed area. It don't lay on top of the hill. It lays it on the bottom of the hill. Water's lazy. It's lazy. It always looks for the easiest way to go places and place it can lay and be left alone. Don't want to be disturbed. It's lazy. It's like me. Looks for the easy way to do things. Okay, let's take another fan brush. Well, I got all kinds of fan brushes going. I'm going to take a little yellow ochre, a little white, and a little bit of burn umber. Yellow ochre, burn umber, a little white. Just pull it through. I don't want to overmix this. You can see all the different things that are happening on that fan brush. A lot of colors. We don't want to overmix. Okay, let's go up here. Now, very lightly, just barely touching and let it play along there, we can put some highlight on some of this dirt. Just barely, barely touching. See, now there when I loaded it, I picked up a little more white. Just all these little colors happen automatically. You don't have to worry about them and try to mix all these different colors. They happen. They happen. They're right there in your brush. And that happens when you load your brush with many colors. And when you put your first color in, put it in very deep. Next color a little less. Next color a little less, right on. But that first one you load deep, and when you want that color, you push hard. So you put the light color normally on the end of the bristle. Dark color in first, normally. And with a little bit of practice, you learn how to load brushes, and you don't even have to think about it. Sometimes it becomes such a habit, I forget to tell you exactly what I'm doing. I just assume everybody is doing it. But I try not to. I try to remember to tell you every step. We really want you to learn how to paint from these shows. And we appreciate you dropping us a line and letting us know, or calling your local station. If you like a show, call your station. Let them know. That's the only way they know. Okay. Now, we can go back into our big brush here, get a little of the color. I'm going to add a small amount of paint thinner. There. And just clean up these edges a little bit here. Add a little grass here and there, come right down on that. Makes it look more real. There we go. Isn't that a son of a gun? Isn't that easy? Let's go over here and do it. Right there. Right there. Right there. Bet you never knew it was that easy to create your own world. All right. A little magic white. A little magic white. And, ooh, too much. A little magic white. Let's start over again. A little magic white and the smallest amount of phthalo blue. There. That's better. As you can see, that blue is very strong. Be careful with it. Pull this paint out very flat, and then take your knife and cut across it. That gives you a small amount of paint right up there on the edge of the knife. Okay, let's go to the canvas. And with that, we can just put all kinds of little happy water lines in here. And yeah, just like you're trying to cut a hole right in the canvas. Just like you're going to cut a hole in it. Here and there, wherever. Let them go. Now this is a very, very thin paint. It's almost like water. It's a liquid. It's a liquid, so it'll just come right off your knife when you cut in. If it was a thick paint, it's harder to get off your knife. See, you can just make this go right around corners and wherever you want it to go. Wherever. There it goes, right in there. Okay. Let's go right in here. Maybe there's a few little things that are playing out here on the water. This beautiful, beautiful dark water. It looks almost like a swamp. I grew up in Florida before I moved to Alaska, so I used to play in the swamps when I was a kid. But one thing, if you're going to do a swamp, it always has to have a lot of moss and stuff. So we'll put some moss in this painting for it. So let's have a happy little tree so we can hang some moss if we want to play with it. I'll start with some Van Dyke Brown. And maybe, there's a little tree. Lives right here. We'll make this a dead tree. That way it's easy to see. Easy to see. And there's always dead trees in the woods. And when they die, then they make room for a new tree. And it starts all over again. A never-ending cycle. At least we hope it's never-ending. There we go. Boy, this is where some of them boogers would live. Them creatures. The snakes and all kinds of bugs and and they're all good. I used to have a pet snake when I was a kid. And he got out of his cage and was loose in the house for months. And my mother found him about 2 o'clock in the morning one night when she went to the bathroom. He was in the bathroom getting him a little drink. Scared her to death, and she said bad things to me. I wasn't allowed to keep snakes in the house anymore. Probably if she hears this, it's going to remind her and she's going to be mad all over again. But she sure got me about that snake. Okay, enough of that. Let's paint. A little brown. There, and that gives us a nice little dead tree to play with. Take a little permanent red, a little Van Dyke brown. Make it stand out a little more. Let's take a little on the knife, and let's just drop a little bit right here on this edge. This will help him stand out, and you can see him a little better. There, it also helps give him a little shape, a little form. Makes it a little more interesting. There, a little bit running right up there. Just where you think light would hit. Just let it play. Maybe on the other side. It's always nice to, I like to put a little bluish hint on the other side, and it gives it the feeling of reflected light. Just a little blue, touch of white in it. Just here and there. And it gives it a little more character. Now let's put, we were going to have some moss here. I'm going to start out with a lot of paint thinner on my fan brush. I want this paint to be very thin. We'll use a little bit of white, some brown in it, but it's very thin, very thin. Van Dyke brown, a little white. See how thin it is, almost like water. Okay, let's go up to the canvas. And you figure out where you want these little mossy areas to be. No moss, it just sort of hangs over and hangs down. Not easy, but this thin paint just slides. Boy, it'll just move and slide. If it don't want to stick, add a little more paint thinner to it. Touch, just pull, and you can use a brush this way. Whatever, just lay all these little things in here. And you can put all kinds of beautiful little things hanging. Years ago, as I say, I grew up in Florida. We used to pick the Spanish moss out of trees, and we'd sell it, and they would boil it, and that's what was in mattresses and chairs and stuff. It was a stuffing they used to make it soft. There was all kind of creatures lived in there. Boy, I'd have more bugs on me after spending the day collecting moss. But I like bugs and creatures, so that's all right. Okay, maybe we'll put something in the foreground here. Let's get a big old brush. I'll go into some sap green, some brown, crimson. And maybe, let's make a decision. Maybe there's a nice bush that lives right here. And he comes right down. Just make a decision, throw it in. I tell you what, maybe there's a big tree that lives right here, and you can just see these branches sticking out, and that'll sort of help our composition. Okay? Yes. There. That'll close up that side and help the composition. Make it interesting. Maybe there's a nice tree that lives right here. Wherever you want them. Wherever. Just drop them in. Drop them in. And down here we just fill it up. Okay, maybe before we get too far along, I'll go back into some brown here with a liner brush with thin paint. Let's put some little things that are just growing here and there. Just grab a hold and lift upward, pop it upward. All kinds of little weeds, and there we are. And wherever you want them, just lift up and put little things growing all over them, just touching. Looks like little cat tails way back here. See there? Just drop them in. All kinds of little things. I'm trying to show you as much as I can in this painting so you'll have a lot of fun. Now if we have moss on this tree, maybe back in here we should show just here and there. Put a few little, since we're making this swampy, put a few little hangy downs back here on these trees too. We don't want them to get lonely. Just wherever you want them, like so. Okay, let's put some highlights on these bushes that we have here. I'll use some cad yellow, sap green, little Indian yellow, yellow ochre, all these colors, mix them on the brush. Go right up here. And just drop in. There's a happy little bush. All of our bushes are happy. Happy, happy. That's what painting's about. There's another one. And you layer these, do one at a time, and layer them. That's what makes the depth in your painting. Okay, let's go up to the top. Right up here on the top. Here, we got this big limb here. Let's just drop a few little highlights here and there. All I'm doing is just barely touching the canvas. Just using just a corner of the brush. Just to give some indications. Okay? And maybe, right here. Right here's a nice big bushy thing, whatever it may be. See, when you finished with this one, it almost didn't look like a black canvas anymore. It almost looks like you started with a white canvas and let all this happen. There. Tell you what, let's have a little land down here. We'll use some brown. Maybe there's a little dirt showing. Just go across with some brown. Let it happen. Wherever you want. Just knock down all your bushes that you work so hard to put up there. A little highlight, little brown and white. Let that paint break like that. Let it break. Okay, now bring some bushes down so it comes right down into the dirt. You need that to push that dirt down into your painting. Otherwise, it sort of just hangs there or floats around. And a few little bushes here and there, wherever you want them. Just let them happen. Let them happen. Add a little paint thinner to my paint so it's a little thinner. Let's go into some ochre. Drop in a happy little tree. Get my friend right there. Look at all those beautiful bushes you can make with this 1-inch brush. And you're pushing upward here. Sometimes we tap downward, sometimes we push upward, depending on what we want to achieve. And we can take the knife and just use the point and cut in some indications of a few little sticks and twigs. See, we cut through and let the black show through. See? That easy. Makes it look like your sticks, makes it look like you worked very hard and you hadn't done anything. You hadn't done a thing, hardly. A couple here and there. Okay, maybe. Tell you what, we're running out of time, but I'll do it anyway. Because I think it's fun. Right here, big tree. Van Dyke brown, little burnt umber. And it comes, maybe, there's a limb over here. And there it comes. There, big old tree. Big old tree. And that's an easy way to make a big old tree. We'll give him another little arm there. Go right into a little bit of white. Same brush. Didn't clean it. I just added a little white on the side here. A little tap. Just to give a little highlight. Just enough to make him stand out. And that's an easy way to highlight your tree. Give him a little character. And we'll take a little cad yellow. And we'll just very quickly drop some little indications here of some happy little things happening. And we just let the brush bounce around and play. There we go. Just let it bounce around. Wherever you think there might be a leaf, that's where it ought to be. And I think we just about got a completed painting here. You could take your little brush here and hang some moss on it wherever you want them. And you'd have a finished painting, and it's that easy to do. Fix its little foots, and I think we have a painting I'm going to call finished. So I'll leave you for today, but I'll see you again next week. And from all of us, happy painting.
glad you could join me again today. And today I thought we'd do a black canvas. And this painting will be a lot of fun. I think you'll really enjoy it. I've taken and put a strip of alizarin crimson right across the center here, and in the top and bottom are phthalo blue. And I'm going to have them graphically run all the colors that we'll use today across the screen, and they'll come across in the order that I have them on the palette, starting with the white and going around. And while they're doing that, let's get started and do a fantastic painting together. We'll start with a 2.5-inch brush today. Go right into some titanium white, and we'll just load some up. Get both sides of the brush loaded up here. We'll just have some fun. Okay, let's go up to the canvas. Now, as I said earlier, there's alizarin crimson right across here. So if we hit white here, hopefully, there it is, you get a beautiful, beautiful pink color, reddish color. That's unbelievable, isn't it? It just, right there, it happens. And then we want to blend that upward. Now we're beginning to get into the blue. See, and all these little things just happen automatically. Our canvases are painted with a flat black acrylic and allowed to dry. And then we go back and we put this firm, strong color on top of it. I'm going to clean the brush. We clean our brushes with odorless paint thinner. Shake off the excess. And then beat it dry. Now you can do this as many times as you want and get any desired brightness that you want in these paintings. But each time you can start with a clean brush and go back to the lightest area and work outward. You don't want to drag the dirty brush back into the center. The blue is much, much stronger than the crimson, so very easily you can lose all of your crimson color. Now here I'm touching a little bit of white, and I'm just going to make a couple little spots a little lighter just to break up the sky, so it's just not one flat dead color. And then we can clean the brush again. Need to keep a clean brush. Okay, shake it off. All right. Now then, let's go back in here and let's just blend out all the little brush strokes. Very gently, very gently. And that easy. You've got a beautiful, beautiful little sky. Nice red glow in the horizon. Very exciting. A lot of fun. Okay, and that easy. That's how you get a beautiful little background. And this will work with any transparent color, so play with it. We're just trying to give you ideas, and then we turn you loose on the world. So play with this, and you can do unbelievable things. Okay, let's begin working on some background. Maybe there's some little foothills back here. I'll just use the same old brush. Let's go right into a little bit of cad yellow. There's some Indian yellow, a little yellow ochre. Just sort of work back and forth. Pick up a little sap green, put it in there too. See, and you just tap. There you go. Just load quite a bit of paint in the bristles and work this color back and forth. So you have layers of different color happening. Okay, let's go up to the canvas here. Maybe there's a little footy hill that lives right there. And I'm just using the corner of the brush. And we'll just touch and let it wander right on down, wherever you want it to go. Wherever. See there? Okay, a little more color, And you can just put as many of these little foothills as you want. Just drop them in. Little distant things happening. Maybe it comes right over. There it is. Wherever you want it. There you go. Okay, and that's simple. We got a beautiful little foothill back here. Now, if you wanted to create a little misty area here, you could take a clean, dry brush, and I've got several brushes going here, and just tap this. Just tap it very lightly. And that darker color that's underneath will come through. That's all you got to do. Just tap it like that, and it'll create a misty look down here. Okay, let's go back in here and get a little more of the color. This is cad yellow, Indian yellow, and a little bit of yellow ochre. Okay, go back up here now. And maybe in your world there's a little foothill that lives right there. And maybe this one, maybe it just comes right on across. There it goes. There it goes. wherever you want it to go. Wherever. There. And sort of do this in a layer, doing the part that's farthest away first. And you don't want to kill all your dark areas in here. If you kill all the dark areas, then you're going to lose your depth. It's going to get very flat on you. So if you notice it becoming very flat, check to make sure you haven't killed all these dark areas. That's usually what happens. If you have trouble making your paint stick, add the least little amount of paint thinner to your brush, and then go into your paint. And it'll make it stick. Okay, there we go. Just bring it right on down. And if you get one that's too bright, if you don't like it, if it's too bright, all you got to do is just continually tap it for a little bit. It'll pick up the dark color that's underneath, and automatically it'll get darker, 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 until it'll finally just go away and leave you. Just go away and leave you. There we go. Hey, that gives us a general little hill back here to play with. Let's go. I want some dark color. Let's make some black. I'll use some phthalo green, alizarin crimson, in about equal parts. I want this well mixed, so you pick the paint up off the palette, turn it over. There. All right. Let me clean my knife off here, and we'll be ready. And it helps to have some paper towels or something around to clean your knife on. Okay, we'll get a fan brush, and I'm going to go right into this dark color, load a lot of color on. A lot of color. Pull it through there, wiggle, 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 and then sharpen it. But look at all the color that's in that brush. That's what you want, a lot of color. Okay, let's go up here. Maybe, there's some little, there it is. I knew it was there, a little evergreen that lives right there. Use just the corner of the brush, just the corner. Work it back and forth. These little evergreens live right here in your fan brush. And you can make them with a 1-inch brush, 2.5-inch brush. Today I thought we'd do them with a fan brush. But whatever you got handy, whatever. Maybe, there it is. There's a little one here. A little one right here. Just a little tree, he lives right there. And I'll tell you what, I want another one here. Right there. Okay, maybe. I know there's one on the other side. Let's go on the other side over here. One lives right there. He's up on the hill, so he looks a little bit taller, a little higher. See how easy those little trees are to make, and they're fun. Sometimes you get carried away and cover up the whole canvas with just little trees. Because it's exciting to see them just drop right out of your brush there. And maybe there's some little things that grow right down. You need dark against light, light against dark. Continually play with that. Light against dark, dark against light. That's what makes it work. Maybe like that. There we go. Wherever you want it to go. Some little things happening in here. Okay, now we'll take our big brush again. We can clean this bottom up a little bit. See there? You can just blend that dark right in, and everything is separate. It separates because it's dark against light, and it creates the illusion of shadow right there. And painting is nothing but games of illusions. There we go. All right, maybe there's a happy little pond right here. Maybe. Let's just take some of the same color and go right here. Decide maybe there's some water lives right there. Now there's blue underneath, and I've got yellow on the brush, so it's going to change. It's going to turn a nice green color. Okay, just pull it straight down, and very lightly go across. And that quick, instant water. Now we'll take the old fan brush here. I'm going to go right into a little bit of Van Dyke brown and some burnt umber. Just mix them on the brush.
a little Van Dyke, a little burnt umber. And let's begin putting some land areas in here. If we got water, we need some land. And here it comes, lives right there. And you need to do these type of paintings in stages. Do the thing that's farthest away first and work forward. So you can put reflections and highlights and shadows and everything at each plane, each stage. Now I'm going to take another fan brush. I've got several fan brushes going here also. And I'll go into some yellow ochre and a little bit of white. White, a little yellow ochre. There. There we go. Turn that brush, load both sides. Okay, let's go up here. Now, very lightly, just grazing the top. Lay in a little bit of highlight. And you don't want to kill all that nice dark color that you worked so hard to put in there. Don't want to kill all that. If you're going to kill it, no use putting it in there. There we go. Just add a little here and there, wherever. And let it just sort of fade back up into the little grassy areas. Ooh, that's pretty. I love these black canvases. Some of the most fantastic things imaginable happen on them. Oh, they're just so much fun. Okay, here we're just bringing it all together. Okay, now we can come forward. So you do this in stages. Maybe now there's another one that comes right there. Right there, wherever you want it. And I'm going through the Indian yellow and the cad yellow, a little yellow ochre, sap green. Now there's blue on the canvas, so if you keep tapping, any of these yellows will turn a beautiful green for you. So you can get all the green that you want. You may get too much green if you're not careful. Don't tap it too much. Okay. Now let's pull some reflections right under that. Pull straight down, same color. Just straight down. Look at that. Look at that. That phthalo blue under there just absolutely makes some beautiful reflections. See, and you're letting the canvas work. You could do all this on a white canvas, no problem, but you would have to work a lot harder. Now we just go across. Now these strokes across need to be straight across. Need to go straight across. Your water will look like it's going to run right out of the painting. We don't want that. Okay, a little more of the Van Dyke brown and the burnt umber. And we'll put some land here. This is quite repetitious here. I'll just quickly get through that. A little yellow ochre and white. We can highlight these a little. Just like so. Just barely touching. Barely touching. Scrub a little of that in. Here and there. Here and there. There. Okay, let's take the knife and I'll go right into a little bit of burnt umber. And I'm going to go right up here and just lay in some little indications of some water lines here and there. I'm just using a little burnt umber. And that also cleans the edges up. Makes it very pretty. Just wherever you want them. There's one. Just where the land and the water meet. Okay. Tell you what, let's go on the other side of this canvas and see what we can make over there. Maybe that looks like a good place right there. Maybe there's a little peninsula that comes right out through there. See how easy these are, though? And just let them go. Let your imagination take you everywhere. There we go. That may be the greatest gift that an artist has, is an imagination. And it's like everything else. You practice with it. It makes it strong. It works better. Use your imagination. Visualize scenes in your mind. Make them up in your mind before you paint them. Go across. Sometimes, before I ever do a scene,
on canvas. I may have painted it 100 times in my mind. Every stroke of it. I know every stroke before it ever touches the canvas. And it's like, well, you know, athletes do it. They psych themselves up. They see themselves going over the big jump or the hurdle. And you do the same thing with painting. You see these in your mind. You practice them in your mind. And then you come put them on canvas. That's what's fun. Little highlight. Still using the same colors. Okay, then we go back with our little burn umber and drop in just a happy little waterline. Okay. And I can't say it enough, though. You do these in stages, working on thing is farthest away first and coming forward. If you try to do it all at one time, it looks like it'd be easier, but sometimes it'll get you in trouble. So do stage at a time. Stage at a time. You'll be happier. Maybe. There it is. See? Just keep building these wherever you want them. This is just a happy little pond sitting out here, taking life easy. All right. Let it go. Let it go. Just right on out. All kinds of beautiful little things happening. Picking up that blue that's underneath. Okay, a few reflections. See, each one of these little peninsulas needs reflections or it won't set down into the water right. Don't leave your reflections out. Go across. Okay, back to our brown, burn umber. Put in a little bit of land area real quick, like that. And a little highlight on it. And you're in business again. Then you have to make another decision. Where does this go? I see it. See, anything you don't want, you just cut it off. Bring it right on down through there. And you've created all these little things very easily, And you don't worry about it. You just sort of evaluate this as you go along and let things happen. Don't worry about them. Don't worry. We'll just fill this all up. Don't kill all the dark areas. Leave some of these dark areas here and there. Don't want to lose that distance and depth in this. There. Darker, darker, darker. If you want it darker, you just keep tapping. Get darker and darker and darker because it'll pick up that blue that's underneath. There we go. All right, let's build a few little trees in here. I'm going to take a little bit of thin oil and go right into my brown, right into the Van Dyke brown. And let's go right up here. Maybe there's a, maybe, yeah, you're right. There's a happy little tree. He lives right there. Now you can thin this paint with a thin oil, such as linseed oil, copal, basically any kind of oil. Just to thin the paint. I like oil because it makes the paint slide on the canvas. Or you can use paint thinner. Paint thinner will thin the paint. As I say, the oil makes the brush slide on the canvas. It's a little more fun to use. There we go. Put a little tree there. Maybe there's a larger tree. And he lives right there. This will help build a little distance into the painting too. Putting a few of these in there. Just let it go. And if the paint doesn't stick, add a little more oil, a little more paint thinner. Make it a little thinner, then it'll stick. A little bit of the thin oil. Then it'll stick. Okay, we'll make his trunk get a little stronger right there. There we go. Maybe. He's got an arm. It comes right out here. You know, trees grow however make them happy. And that's the way you are to paint them, however makes you happy. And there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of little limbs. And you can take your liner brush, sit, and very lightly put them in. You know, just barely touching, pulling. That's how they're done. And you can put in just oodles of these in it. People think you work for months on this painting. And that's when you up the price.
know, so many painters for years have painted very rapidly like this, but it was done in secret. They didn't tell you. Because you wouldn't pay $5,000 for a painting that was done in half an hour. And we're going to show you how. And you can make your own creations. There. Maybe a little arm up there. And just let that go right on back. And we can tap right there, and that cleans up the bottom. Okay. Now then, maybe. We had some evergreens back here in the background, so maybe there's a huge evergreen that lives over here. So let's go right into some brown, just Van Dyke brown. Load a lot of paint into the brush. Just really fill it up. My gosh, that brush is full of paint. Look at there. Look at that. A lot of paint. All right, let's go up to the canvas here. Maybe there's a big tree, and he lives right here. Now, all I'm doing is just touching, sort of patting the canvas, and come right on down to wherever you want him to go. Now, out here on the side, I want it to be sort of rough, and you get all these little hangy downs on the side of the tree. So look at evergreens. Why, they got all kinds of little things happening. This is just Van Dyke brown, and I'm just patting it right onto the canvas. Just pat, pat, pat. I have a good friend named Pat. Pat, pat. So now we'll take a little bit of white. This is just titanium white. Small amount of burn on burn it. There we go. There. Okay, a lot of paint once again. Let's go back up to the canvas. Now, I want to put this light color over here. Come right down the side. Just tap, tap, tap. Okay, and then we can begin where it comes together. Just begin tapping lightly and blend it all together. See there? Now, that easy. You've got a nice light side to your tree. And you can spend a lot of time working yourself to death on this, so you can just do it very easily. There. And put in some of these little hangy downs. And if you get a little more light than you want, you can take the dark and go back over it and blend it all together. It's very easy to correct, no problem. You can make some almighty beautiful trees like this. It's a fun way to make trees. Okay, maybe go back into some brown here. Maybe there's an old elm or two that hangs right down, and all I'm doing is going straight into the canvas, just touching. Just touching. Come right down like, there it is. See? Give them some little arms and all these little things here. Many as you want. Many as you want. Maybe there he is. I knew there was one there. You did too. Maybe it comes right on out. Just let it go. There's another one. Wherever you want them. Okay, maybe there's one here. And I like to make them that sort of wrap around the tree. That always breaks it up and makes it look a little more interesting and just hanging off both sides. Because that's the way they grow. That's the way they grow. All these little things happening out here. Now we can take a little bit of the light color and very lightly highlight some of these. And it really pays you to have several fan brushes going, several of every brush going. That way you don't have to spend so much time cleaning your brush. Plus, a lot of paint is saved. Otherwise, all your paint, not all your paint, but a lot of your paint ends up just in the bottom of your cleaner can. So if you have several brushes, you can work back and forth, have a brush for light and a brush for dark, and can save a lot of paint. Okay, let's go down here and clean the foots of this tree up a little bit. I'll just add a little grass right down in here. There we go. Just very lightly. Pick up a little of that dark color on my brush. I'll put a little shadow behind here. There. And while we're doing shadows, let's go back up, right up here. And I want to add a little dark right behind this tree to make it look like a little shadow. And then the other side of the brush has light up color on it, so other corner, so I'll just go back. See, isn't that fun? And it gives it the impression of a little bitty shadow.
we can take the liner brush, and you can come back in here and lay all kinds of beautiful little highlights. All kinds. Just blend them in. So you need a little light here to make that stand out. And it gives you some ideas to work with. And this is a fantastic little painting. It's very easy to do. And I think you'll enjoy it. It should give you a lot of ideas. So let's take some thin oil, a little permanent red, and we'll go right up here and sign this one, call it finished. And once again, I really hope this painting has give you some ideas. Set your imagination on fire. Between now and next week, you'll do all kinds of beautiful things. And until then, we'd like to wish you happy painting. God bless.